have a little issue here, brown scissors. Give me a minute. Let's see. Okay, there, well, there it goes. I don't know what happened. There it goes again. There it is. Had technical issue bounces that they happen. I don't know what that was all about. Okay, let me see if I can get it straight here. Okay, there you go. I think I got it straight now. Okay, I'll just let it go over because I'll get better sisters. I'll just do it that way. Hopefully everything's working okay now. Almost in a minute. American Empire. Even their own people are predicting end of America's empire. Empire. Oh, it's the end. Just days away. Since I let the cat out the bag yesterday, or the day before, right, about derivatives, so I'm talking about the derivative of God. The derivative of God. Okay? I didn't really want to go into this level of mathematics, brothers and sisters. So since I said that, I just cover both ends of it. I talked about right, the derivative of man, right? So I'm explaining this, and the angel, how it impacts the angel. Now here, now I was telling you, explained the other day, that this represents the universe, right? And us in the universe, our mind is sync. So both of them are together. That cube is two cubes there. Our mind is sync with the universe. That's where it was before energy deprivation. Maker, owner, queen of planet Earth, God of the universe. Our mind is totally in sync with the universe. So we're conscious of the entire universe. That's what makes us gods. Okay? There's a lot of information that goes with this, bro. Since I haven't even touched, but this small portion of it gets back to that creation of the how they write scripture. I talked about that a little bit, right? Consciousness. See, because those concepts this world has no idea about. They think they can make robust consciousness. It's impossible. That's why I'm giving an actual human brain. And electronics just cannot. That's not how consciousness works. See? So they have a flat view of the world. I'm gonna explain that right because well, let's move on. Now I'm gonna cut that chase here. See. Now the angel represents the whole universe. Or he's bring you back in tune with the whole universe. Everything. See that book. Okay, put it like this. You know, the first being, they call the God, right? Full, total sync with the universe, consciousness, we have everything. I talk about that. I'm not going to go into detail about that now. Right? So at this point in time, we're at the other end of the universe. Well, that God was totally, the universe totally compressed, right? See? So now the universe totally expanded. So all the energy that's out there was at the first God, as was disposal, all was right there. This planet was the core of it. How we know this planet was the core of it? It's a lot of reasons. They say, oh, this planet just came out. No. One of the things is that atoms are made from the core of stars. And like the bigger the star, the more. So this planet has all the possible elements. That's not the idea that came through randomly is way beyond comprehension. And in the degree, right, in the proportions that they're in. Uranium, plutonium, all this stuff. You're not going to find that on Mars. You find a lot of elements here that's on Mars, but you won't find all of them. As you get further and further out into the universe, you're going to find planets that have less and less of those elements. Because they talk about the Big Bang. They say the Big Bang, all the energy was in one place. They say it was the size of an atom. So if you can believe the size of the atom, you can believe the size of Earth also, right? If you can believe it was the size of the atom, how come you can't believe the universe is the size of the Earth? Okay. And so all the energy in the Earth was a core. And we was at the center of the Earth. So it was the core of the Earth. So that we stood with maximum pressure because we had the core. And every action has an opposite reaction. So if we couldn't withstand that pressure, the universe would have collapsed. At that point, both pressures were equal. That's how the universe stopped contracting. Both was equal. Right? So in the center, the pressure in the center was equal to the pressure of the universe contracted. Both were equal. But the center, the atoms move out much faster because then it closes a closed space. So based on the lessons, they would move at 24 billion miles per second. Right? which achieving harmonic motion, that's consciousness. Because if you say the center, and if you say that pressure at the center was consciousness, that means, because conscious is just a reaction. Your conscious reacts to things around you. That's what conscious is. A reaction to things around you. That you know, that's what it is. A reaction to things around. So the thing is your consciousness was the pressure reaction to the pressure that was enclosing you. I don't want to go too much detail here, brother and sister. Anyway. So that's where consciousness came from. That being's, right? So now at this end, right, we have to have the same kind of idea in reverse. That's why the angel is similar to that situation, because it gives you a comprehensive view of the whole thing, whole universe. Okay? But the problem is, it's all in there. I tell you so much more of the angel I haven't told you about, and I'm revealing some of it right now. Okay, however, on the energy deprivation, right? See, our minds, everything contracted, right? Didn't have enough energy to maintain it until we got down to floor level, so to speak, right? Remember I said you got planes, six planes make up a cube, right? So down here, that's flat land, so to speak. That's two-dimensional. The cube is three-dimensional, but we reduce to 2 dimensions. Right? It's like the floor, we just reduce to 2 dimensions. But the engine also reduces to 2 dimensions. It's 3-dimensional, but it's reduced to 2 dimension. That's the sealed Bible. Sealed Bible is 2-dimensional. It's the derivative. The sealed Bible is the derivative of the actual angel. It's the derivative of it. That's what it is. Right? And so the whole thing is there. Like I said, derivative comes from the actual, the base. A derivative is a dimension lower than the base. So if the base is a cube, the dimension would be a plane, like you see right there. Right? Okay, so watch this now. Okay, but we reduce here. But remember, we came from heaven, so we can ascend back to heaven. I shouldn't have said that. There's so much, brothers and sisters, in the scripture. What you sacrifice upon it, you say, man, you think you know something now? You don't know anything until you really get in there. I drop those seeds here and there, right? See, because we came out of heaven. Heaven, what? In this case, that's the whole universe. We totally in sync with the entire universe. But like I said, because of the energy deprivation, we got down here, so now we're flat. We're moving in this direction. We're not moving up anymore. We can't even see up. All we see is we have the ability to go up, right? But we don't have enough energy to do it. See? So we're down here in flatland now. That's why the arrow's moving this way, because the only way we can move is in this direction. We can't move up anymore. This direction. This is our world. The world you live in right now is flatland, and if you're in heaven, and you understand whatever, that means what you think it's gonna be like when you move in here. This is nothing. It seems like a lot. This is nothing. I say all things new be so dramatic. When you move in here, volume, whoo. You can't. That's why I said you can't. That's why I said no. You can't imagine it, because you on that level you can't imagine it. Because you're down here. All you see is what's down here, and you move in this direction like this. This. You ain't moving up. You're moving sideways and horizontal this way, that way. But you're not moving up because you don't have the ability to have the energy to do it. Okay. So now you said the revelation you have is a sealed version, because the sealed version is the derivative, and so. Since we're in the derivative of time, right? Then the scripture will be a derivative of it, and that tells you how to deal with derivatives, and that it tells you how to deal, because we're in the derivative time. We're in the derivative time of the universe. You understand? Because that's what energy deprivation is, when the derivative time of it. And so the scripture will tell you how to deal with that. So that's why you got the derivative of angel. See? So then at that point, we make a derivative man, right? See? And that will be his guidance, to seal scripture, the derivative. Because that fits for this situation. It explains it. Right? So we down to energy deprivation. This being is a derivative of us. Right? It has more power. Why? Because it don't need spinning energy moving up and down. We need energy to move up and down. But we don't have it because we lost the energy deprivation for us on this level. But all their energy is on this level. So they get more energy, that just moves around here more faster and faster, more powerful than here. Because they get energy, they're going to start moving up. But all the energy they get is moving faster and faster, more powerful on this plane, because they don't know anything about up. They have no idea of comprehension of up, none, zero. They don't even know there's up. You can tell me, oh man, they have no idea. I said, they all things new. I said, their wisdom be nothing. Another way of looking at that is this. Let's see if I show the next page here. Right. Okay, now, Master Muhammad, right? He's the derivative of God. I'm going to get to that in a minute, right? Because in time of derivative, right, and it's plain right here, right? Derivatives will rule. They'll rule. And we couldn't rule during this period. But when it got bad, we said we can't let him rule anymore. Okay? So we had to make another derivative, a derivative of God. Adam was a derivative of God, right? And make another one, right? That was positive, put it that way. Because he come in existence during energy deprivation time too. In fact, he come in existence at the worst, at the worst, right? But 17 something, or was it 1870? Remember, that's the time we was at the worst energy deprivation. We just, at the point, just coming out of it, just starting upward. It's actually come in existence. See? But he's okay. The devil's a two-dimensional. That's it. They're what's the word I used? Analytical, technical. So is he. However, I'm gonna show you in a minute. So you had two sides of that. So he's also derivative, but he's derivative on his mother's side. So he has attributes of the original, where the derivative man don't have it. He's totally derivative. He cannot comprehend anything about the original. He can't, right? Because the only thing, it's just is flat. So he going to go this way, that way, flat, up. He can't. There's no comprehension. There's none, zero. But this one, they have a comprehension up, but not a full comprehension of it. See, the original Shabbat can go all the way, right? But the derivative God, because that derivative side of him holds him back, he can operate in the derivative side and also operate, right, towards the spatial side. To some extent. I want to be very careful with my language here, right? Because remember, Adam was a derivative man. He's operating on derivative, but he operated on derivative too. But he has some spatial aspects. He's techno, right? I shouldn't use the word spatial, right? But he has some original aspects, but Adam didn't. Adam's total derivative. Derivative of God. That's why he had to have a derivative God that could could be powerful in both areas, but being powerful in most areas, right? That means he'd be limited in his power upward, because he's sharing his power between flat and up. We didn't have any power at all on flat, but he has power on flat and up. So that means he don't have, right? It means he wouldn't have full power up, because half of it is on the derivative side. I'll show you. I got a graphic on it for a minute to try to explain to you. We planned all this, right? So now we start moving up. Now we get enough energy, we start moving up now. Right? Now he can move up, but so far. Right? Because remember, his power was shared between the derivative side and the original side. Ours, all original. We don't have any power doing the derivative side. So it's all there. Let's go on. And see, he goes so far, he can't go any further. That's what I'm showing here. He can't go any further. Because at that point, that's as far as he can go. He can't go all the way, have total conscious universe. He can't do it. Right? Okay, here we go. This is what I want to show you. See here, energy deprivation. Now, if they really, I mean, 12,000 years, but we couldn't give it to them. So actually, I should have put let me do that, Bones. Just give me a second. Let me do that. Let me do that. Maybe I should take more time to put these together, huh? Let me do that. 1 second here. I think it's illuminating to do it, so I mean, I don't have to. It's not really necessary, but sometimes I talk these things to. I say, yeah, well, you know, it's probably a good idea to do that. We start doing it right. So, 1 second here, brother, sister. Let me find that real quick. Oh. Wait a minute. Oh, that's what I wanted to show. I forgot what I wanted to show. It'd be good to show that. Okay, that's good. That'll work. You see, he's a God. For this period, Adam, so we had to have a derivative God that could work in both, be ruled in both areas. See, we could not rule during energy deprivation, and we won't take full rule for another 6,000 years. We don't have the energy to do it. We have the energy to pull ourselves together, bring a nation together, not to rule the planet. You know, 6,000 years we have enough energy for that. Enough energy to break Adam's grip and start bringing out civilization, bring out people together, Hajj, but not to rule the planet. But he does. He can rule in both places, the energy deprivation period and there, because the divide, half and half, right? 6,000 years. Okay. We have 6,000 years, right? Then what happens? Now we have enough energy at that time to take control. That's what Elijah Muhammad said. Farrakhan doesn't say it when he talk his BS. That says, Master Muhammad made God, and the kingdom will eventually turn back over to tribe of Shabazz. That's Elijah Muhammad's teaching. I was there. So Farrakhan pull crap out of his butt all he want to. I mean, you know, I don't want it. It's amazing that, I mean, when you go look at this, and I'm going to show a couple of things like I showed yesterday, but it's amazing how you get away with that. Because see, only way you can get away with that is people over there are demons. A lot of my agents, because I was told that when I was there. I was told agents was wall-to-wall agents over there. Because Minister James Shabazz tried to talk me out of going to New Jersey. I mean, going to Chicago. I got my ex in Temple 25 in Newark. And when I found out where Elijah was, he tried to talk him out of it. He said, man, his age is wall to wall, and he's telling the truth. So the devil got to keep that going because they got to keep us divided. And a lot of people there are agents. They pay just show up on Sundays. They pay just show up on Sundays to make you think they got people there. And a lot of my demons. He said, my name is Legion, and we are many. A lot of my demons. Legions, a lot of my demons. See? Because and the rest of them got to be idiots, but then you got a whole bunch of them that's just there. And if you read it carefully, they don't. Okay, let's break this down. If you go, Malachi says, the Lord you seek, why would you be seeking after Elijah's gone? Why would you seek if you got Farrakhan's there? That means they didn't want Farrakhan. If they wanted Farrakhan, they wouldn't be seeking. Why they seek the message of the covenant? They got Farrakhan. That shows you right there they don't want him. And Elijah's gone, and whoever's sitting there, they don't want him. They look for somebody else, but they sit near because they know where he's coming to. He's coming to the temple. They want to be when he comes. I mean, are you putting this stuff together yet? They want to be, they say, where he's coming. He's coming to the temple. They tell you, he's coming to the temple. So that's where you want to be when he shows up, if you're seeking him, right? Because it said they wasn't with him. Moses said, come with me. And they said, oh, with the Lord. They was with the Lord. And they were seeking him. And it shows you right there with the man, because how can he see Jesus if he wasn't seeking him? He was out there out of control, lost his mind, everything else, right? But as soon as he saw, obviously he was seeking him, because as soon as he saw him, he ran to him. Once he saw him, he actually ran to him and submitted right away. That's sure he was seeking him. He was just didn't know where he was. And who was hiding? Legion. Legion knew who he was. Read that story carefully. Legion knew who he was. He was hiding it. And so when the man saw it, recognized who Jesus was, Legion got mad. What's your A? You just messed my thing up. Read the story carefully. That's about to happen anyway. See? So they're over there. So you got a lot of them over there. The person, he's hiding the fact. That's what he's doing every Sunday. Trying all kinds of ways to divert it. That's why they don't attack me publicly. They try to act like I don't exist. They say stuff like, nobody's talking to power to strong truth to power. Nobody's speaking tough like Pharaoh. I've been doing it for over 30 years, and I put him to shame. If we got in the ring, I'd whoop his ass with just my pinky. If we was in a debate, he would be dead. He'd fall out. He'd have a heart attack around the stage before he got up on the stage. As soon as I said a couple words, he'd be dead. Because it's easy to destroy him. He's one of the easiest, wicked imposters in human history to get rid of. Because I don't care if you got the seal scripture, whatever. Everything speaks ill of him. There's nothing he can't find. So he said, how in the world is anybody with him? Everything speaks against him. Everything. There's nothing that speaks good of him at all. In the Quran, the Bible, biology, economically, no matter how you come at it, he's foul. It's easy to see him. He's one of the easiest to identify at all times. So how are they deceived by him? Well, maybe they're not deceived by him, because said, if they were seeking, that means they didn't want him. If they in there and they seeking, that means they don't want him. But they want to stay there because they say that's where he's going to appear at the temples. They want to be here to, remember they want to be here to welcome him, because that's what the man did. We saw him, he ran to him, he welcomed him. Yeah, please, submit it right away. So they want to be there to welcome him. Yeah. And so they ain't with Farrakhan. Farrakhan can't get him to do anything anyway over there if you know what's going on. But they're there. As soon as they recognize, and they will recognize him what? When that war takes place. Something will happen, they will recognize him. I already explained a lot of ways. Right? So they'll already recognize him. Farrakhan is that they will seek somebody else. They recognize who he is. Otherwise, they'll be with him. He's the Messiah and everything, right? Read these things carefully, bro. Says, you don't have to assume anything. It's so clear in there. So he's the derivative God that will rule for the next 6,000 years. We don't want Adam to rule because we can't deal with all 6,000 years of this stuff here. So, right? But this is what happens. See? Because you see this thing here? Remember the gold, that means the one up top here, that Shabbat, see? That's why they gold. Because they got to purify the Levites as gold. Because they didn't get corrupted. It was gold when they came here, and they gold when they leave. And we got this right here in the center here. Their rule. Right? Now, here's their rule. But they're wiser. They're wiser, but they don't have the power to rule. That's why here, but the priests. Let me see if I did this. I can do this. You see here? That's what happens. We're going back to the beginning of time. I shouldn't even talk about this, brothers and sisters. But see, at the end it says just be one being. Let's look at that again. Because as time goes on, trillions of years, it'd be too straight for these, then too straight for these. Well, not that far, because the rulership takes place, right? But even after, I'm not saying you're going to disappear. I'm just saying they won't rule anymore. I ain't saying they're going to disappear. Because they'll be right here for millions of years. They're going to be ruling. Tribe Shabbat's be ruling. Their rule will end 6,000 years from now. Let me get that straight. Because then you see this here, what happens, but over time, this is a trillion-year period I'm going to show you. Trillions of years. Oops. And then there'll be just one left. And start the process over again. Right? Angel tells you all of this. If we're trying to chase Bob's, after a while, just only Tribe Shabbat, so that's all that's left. Because all other nations came out of Tribe Shabbat. So in the back end, male and female come back together, or everything come, and at the end, it's just that one being, and everything is in that everything's in that DNA. Let's start all over again. Okay, something else I'm going to say. Oh, let me back up here. Now, when you look at this carefully, I didn't put the graph in here. Okay, back here. See, right here, see what you hear? That's why it says, see how? It says no one in heavens or earth or anyway could get it. Because this angel is three-dimensional. And they all two-dimensional at that time. All two-dimensional. Everybody. That's including Farad too at the time. Everybody. Right? And then it says, Suleiman was the first begotten of the dead ones. First begotten. Right? And then, whatever reason, he starts moving, we have enough energy now, but he focused all his energy, he invests all his energy in himself, and by doing that, right, because remember, he's got that three-dimensional ability, he just doesn't have the energy to activate it. So, by his very nature was to invest energy in himself. Now, at that time, he didn't know anything about three-dimension, that kind of thing, right? But by investing all the energy in himself, right? His nature is there, so his nature started moving that direction. His nature started being itself, will be three-dimensional. But as two-dimensional, but he don't know that. None of the rest of them know it either. Two-dimensional, he don't know it. Right? So, once he's investing energy in himself, right? And his nature, remember, the man was out of control, everything else, but his nature was what made him recognize Son of Man. So by doing that, right, he activated that third dimensional nature, he didn't know he was there. Didn't know it was there. And that's why he's able to see the angel. Right? So he first begotten the dead ones. Right? And so then he started looking up, started growing upward. And by growing upward, then he started lifting the other ones up too. That could lift up. The devil, they could never understand the angel, no matter what. Never understand it. Because they're two-dimensional. Start lifting everybody up. Since 1990, everybody's got three-dimensional properties. It's been invigorated by that. They may know where it's coming from, right? But let me put it this way. Okay, everybody see everything on a fat level. They don't know about the second level, right? All of a sudden, but they had ability. They still don't know they had ability. Well, let me put it another way. If I can make it simpler than that. So you got all blind people. I mean, it's really dark. It's really dark, so everybody's blind, but some people have eyes. Some people can see this, but no light, so they think they're blind too. They don't know there's anything of light. They never seen light before. They've been blind all their lives, but they got eyes. If light comes, they'll see it, but they never seen light, so everybody's blind. And all of a sudden, right, there's a little light. And all of a sudden, hey, what's that? Right? And they start moving towards that light. See, because the other ones don't. The other ones don't. They don't see no light. They won't have eyes to. I try to put that away. See? So in other words, the angel stuff, the stuff that you need for angel is three-dimensional. So anybody that has three-dimensional abilities, it's affecting them. So they start thinking, and they might know where source is coming from, right? But they start thinking in a three-dimensional way. You get it? Start thinking in a three-dimensional way. And that's what's happening right now. That's why, like somebody like Iran is running circles around America. They're playing three-dimensional chess. America's playing checkers. You see? And so all the original people, when this hits them, that's what I'm talking about, resonance, the vibration hit them, they see something they ain't seen before. Oh, that's something they heard. They never heard it. They never heard something like this from the devils. Never. Because devils couldn't see it. Devils can't talk. They never got a light from the devils. The devils had no light. But soon they get this, and then it's cultivated. As it cultivated, right, then they're moving up. You get it? You understand? And I say he's the first begotten of the dead ones, right? But then he's the one that's lifting everybody. He's the one building nature, because now they start thinking three-dimensionally. Slowly. They might know where it's coming from, but they're hearing stuff that's three-dimensional. Nobody else can hear it. Thou said no one's heaven or earth on earth until he broke the seals. Until he started thinking three-dimensional. Because that's what it then is. That's what we start thinking three-dimensional. That's the angel. So, and he's taking more and more every year, taking more and more of it, putting the information out, three-dimensional information that's going up over the heads of the devils. They can't see it. They don't know where it is. It's going over their heads. But it's affecting all the people that have eyes. Oh man, they start to see things. They didn't know they had eyes before. Hope you understand that, bro. I try to make it simple like that, right? That's why it says things like that. No one's heaven. They make it very clear. No heavens, earth, under earth. Only lamb. So unless the lamb is the God, then the God didn't see it either. Because everybody was on two, and he didn't. The lamb didn't see it until, right? Because he was slain from the fountain of the earth. He didn't see it either until something happened, and he got a glimpse of a third dimension, and that's the angel. And then he started climbing that ladder, three-dimensional ladder, and telling everybody else, because last three-dimensional, right? And that's the reason why he used that. So everybody started climbing that ladder out here, because once you climb out here, the people on the floor, they can't touch you no more. That's why it says things like that. Nothing they could do, all that power they got, You say, how in the world is that true? All the power they got, atomic bombs and tanks and chemicals and everything else. He says, no weapon form will prosper against you. Because when you move up, they can only shoot along the floor. And you move, they can't touch you. That's why I say things like that. Because once you start moving, they can't touch you. Right? But you got to fuel that, you got to invest in it. But then you can see, now you're going to, see, some people invest in seeing and some people won't. They want to stay, some people get out of bed, wake up and go back to sleep. Right? And that's what, I'm not sure I hear, but that's what happens because, remember it says that two groups? Okay, those have three-dimensional, but then you got some original, right? That see, they, instead of investing their energy, they can see now, but they say, oh, I'd rather stay here and be blind, I like it here. So they stay on that level, on a two-dimensional level, and they try to use their energy to get more of that, American dream and everything else. So they never develop the sight. See, they get the sight, but they don't close their eyes and they'll never develop it. Right? So what happens is, if they make it out of here, they get home, right? But they're still two-dimensional. They'll never understand the angel. And that's why they be everlasting shame and appallment. They never understand it. Because they had from here, growth here. But if they don't take and do that, they just float up to the top, right? They're still two-dimensional. Their mind, and nobody's going to, they go to tribulation, so they never develop that three-dimensional thinking. So they're going to be, they don't understand anything you're saying. It's everything, they're going to be in the head, or everything be told a mystery to them. They don't have no idea what you're saying. So that's why everlasting shame and appallment, they can look at them. Animals, beasts. So I'm showing the mathematical side of this thing. And devils that make it, right, same thing with them. They can't do it here, I'm going to do it there. It's like those that come, said, they'll be carried into enslavement, right? Captivity, and they'll be our servants, right? They don't level animals. They will not understand what you're doing. They won't understand any of it because they can't think three-dimensional. They can't think it now. They won't think it then. Just like gorillas, they can't understand anything you're talking about. They can't see it. No matter what you do, they never see it. And that'd be the case for them. And also those other ones, black folks that refuse to open their eyes. Because they say, hey man, I got a car, I got this, I want to get more of this. So instead of developing themselves three-dimensionally, they develop something more two-dimensionally. They stay in the gravitational vortex. You feel me? I'm just trying to get you to understand, brothers and sisters, the mathematics of this. See, the mathematical side, look at it from what the angel's saying. That's why I'm telling you, that's what the angel's saying. I'm just trying to show you how it connects with this. That's exactly what it's saying. That was it, no one heavens or earth. Why couldn't no one heaven on earth? See, because everybody was on a two-dimensional plane. And remember, before the Lamb opened, he didn't see it either. He was on a two-dimensional plane. But that's why I say the first begotten of the dead ones, he was dead too. But he was worthy. How was he worthy? Because he was doing something that, just by instinct, just investing in himself. And that, by investing in himself, he was cultivating the three-dimensional side he didn't know he had. He was acting on it, didn't know it was happening, like going looking for Elijah and stuff like that. He was cultivating that, didn't know he had it. Because if you invest in yourself, you're going to develop of self. And if you got aspects of self you didn't know about, that's going to develop too. It's going to develop too, because it's part of yourself. You just didn't know it was there. So you develop yourself, you build yourself up, and all of a sudden, that's built too. That's all. It surprised you. Like, my father passed when I was 14, right? And I hadn't reached puberty yet, right? And without going to details, right? My first experience, much scared the hell out. I didn't know what that was. I had no idea what that was. Scared the hell out of me. Right? But my body was developing it. I didn't know anything about it, but if your body developed, it develops aspects about you you're not aware of. I'm sure females have the same experience in their female perspective. So I'm saying that's a part of your body. And you have it too. If you're original, you have it too. Now you're going to develop it. You're going to my people lost for lack of knowledge. You're going to keep investing in American dream. You're not going to develop it. Because you got to invest in yourself, and then that spirit gets developed too. If you put it into yourself, remember it takes energy to develop that. But if you spend all your energy to place else, because first of all, not only you're not developing that, but you ain't even developing your own body, your regular body. So therefore, you're sick, and you got all kinds of ailments and everything else. So you're never gonna get that far. You can't even develop the two-dimensional side of yourself, because you just strap all your energy out there. But you start doing that, you develop yourself, and that's part of it. Oh man. Then you start seeing things three-dimensional, and then the angel all of a sudden, man, then start making sense to you. Because if you still dimension, it's not going to make sense. You can look at all you want to, you never get it. Because you ain't developing that. You use your energy for all kinds of other stuff, and you're not developing that. So I can talk to you all day, all night, and I can talk to a gorilla all day and all night, a dog, you'll never get it. I can talk to you every day and all night, you're never going to get it. Because you not develop, put energy in yourself, and when you do it yourself, since you have that part, that's part of your nature, that's going to develop too. Now, if devils, they put all energy in themselves, it won't happen. They're going to be better than two-dimensional beings. They can't develop that, they don't have it. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. I don't think I'm going to. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to go to the other part of this. Hope I explained it, brothers and sisters. I don't think I'm going to go anymore. Yeah, I think. Interpretation, he got the next 6,000 years. Righteous rule. I'm talking about the derivative of man, so now you got the derivative of God. Let's see if I want to say anything else here about this. I think I'm going to close out here. Probably confused most of you. So I didn't want to go into kind of mathematics. I kind of let slip out the bag the other day, so I said, well, might as well get the other side of it. Talk about derivative of man, talk about derivative of God, and why man's problem is like he is, and why he's doing what he's doing, how long it's going to take him to do it. So I'm going to go ahead and show this. Since I said, Farrakhan.
So long.
Hold on. So I'm going to go ahead and play these out and then I'm going to close, brothers and sisters. See, because like I was saying, how in the world? He's telling you. He's hollering out, I'm shit. He's saying it, right? He's funky. He walking around stinking. He ain't even putting a cologne on. He got his jaw showing. He got toilet paper hanging out his butt. Everything else, he say, well, yeah, but he's in the fire. His eyes on mouth. That tell you something. See? So that means the people that's there, that's not seeking, are demons. He says, my name's Legion, and he says he's a demon. We are many agents and idiots. There's another category, and be careful about. Because see, I said long ago, I said when he started that Scientology thing, that was a way to get information on people. Because the only way you can become official over there is you have to go to ordering. You have to do it. That's a requirement. Why in the world would you do that? Elijah Muhammad told you that. The Bible said, don't let your right hand know what your left hand doing. But he tell you, you got to go out. You got to be serious. They got to believe that you're telling all your secrets. That's the only way it's going to work. And who they get information to? Ain't the Farrakhan. Who he give it? He gets it. That was the FBI and all them people. So now they got your deepest secrets, and now they can blackmail your dumb ass. You got some of those over there like that too. That's another group. That's why I did ordering. They said, that's what we blackmail people. Get them to confess all that stuff. They want to be official. So now you got control of them. And if you do that, I tell them. Okay, bro, so I'm going to go ahead and play these and then I'm going to close.
Until they don't know.
Listen carefully. Because see, they do not believe in Master Muhammad. They don't believe in him. He's going to tell you he doesn't believe in him. He's going to tell you he don't believe in him. He believes in a mystery God. He says he believes in the memory of a God long dead. He worshiped a God long dead, the memory of it. He prays to a God long dead now, trillions of years dead. He's praying to a God that's trillions of years dead. What can that God do for him? He said, Master Muhammad prays to him too. So why you pray somebody that's dead? What can I do for you? What can I do for you? That's what he says. And the reason, only reason why they switch up lately, Master Muhammad, reason, because of me. I've been tackled. So now all of a sudden, Master Muhammad, for years, the originator, they hardly even mention Master Muhammad's name. All of a sudden, see, you counter me. Because it says, who the Lord will consume with the spirit of his mouth and destroy the brightest come. He's being consumed. That's what he said. Legion said, hey man, you're messing me up here. Read it. He was killing Legion, hey man. Legion was on his knees begging. First he was trying to talk to him. He was begging, please don't let me leave the country. Please let me. He was asking permission. He was asking the Son of Man permission. Let me go to the swine. He was asking permission. That's about to happen, bro. Said you're gonna witness it right before your eyes. Okay, I'm going to play bounces. Let me
so long till they don't know the birth record. So they just say from remotest antiquity, this is the house that God used to manifest his wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and power in and through. Where is he now? Wherever he want to be. I'm not going to say I know where he is, but I'm glad his power is everywhere. I think I know where he is. I don't want to say it because I could be wrong. But he's wherever he wishes to be. Are we to pray and worship Master Farad Muhammad? You don't worship the flesh of any man because the flesh is going to die. But in that flesh is a wisdom and a power superior to any human being on the earth. So when we look to Allah in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, we look to him. And when he ain't no longer here, the power is going to be here. Elijah Muhammad said he would live a minimum of 400 years, but 400 years ain't no time. He'll be gone. But before he goes, the foundation of what he lays will never be erased from the planet. That's a God. He prays. He prays. He don't pray to himself. You don't say, surely I have turned myself to me. Who does he pray to? He prays in remembrance of him who originated that which he came in. He came in this body. You can't ignore him who originated this. Anyway, it's deep. It's a big subject. I want to say to my Muslim brothers, when I was in Mecca, I was there for 3 days. I was there for 3 days.
Beloved brothers and sisters, one of the greatest practices in all the religions is prayer. The form and style of prayer varies from faith to faith, but prayer is universal. There is no religious community that does not pray. No prophet of God that did not pray. Abraham prayed. Noah prayed. Moses prayed. David prayed. Joseph prayed. Jesus prayed. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, prayed. Master Fard Muhammad prays.
And that what Farrakhan just said? He says it, backing him up. What he said, Allah God answers prayers. Now somebody long dead, 72 trillion years dead, and you worship in memory, you praying to his memory. How he's going to answer anything if he's dead? And you praying to his memory. His memory. You better off with the mystery God, because at least you got some hope there. But there's no hope. Because he's dead. He's 72 trillion years dead. He can't answer any prayers. So what you praying him for? And so, is both of them lying? This Photoshop? Farrakhan said he backs him up. Matter of fact, I'm praise to who? And it's not flesh. Farrakhan said he's not praying the flesh. Ain't that a mystery God? Isn't that what Elijah Muhammad's against? Telling you stop doing that? Ain't they telling you where's the mystery God? That's not flesh. Not even alive. That's even worse. I mean, if it's just mystery God, at least has some hope that he might answer your prayers. But how in the hell you think somebody long dead is going to answer your prayer? What God are they talking about? He said it's not Master Muhammad. So who is this God that's answering prayers? Who is it? He ain't flesh. And you still there? You hold on. You stick there. You stay there. You stay there. Stay there. Just Googling. They say, hey man, he's a light-skinned Jamaican. Okay, well just Google it. I ain't gonna Google it. Well, don't Google it. Google's lying. We got Farrakhan saying the same thing. His father's parents are white, Portuguese, Caucasian Jews. That's what he's out of his own mouth. See? And you Google it and tell you who his parent is, obviously Farrakhan says it's wrong, right? And what is it? Look. Look, smell it. That look like a light-skinned Jamaican? Jamaica's nationality, not ethnicity, right? Like you call yourself American, that's your nationality, right? That's your ethnicity. Your ethnicity is perhaps African, right? And that's his name, Percival Clark, who he said raped his mama. And Farrakhan said. And his mama tried to abort him 3 times because he was a victim of rape. Had to teach him how to love black people because he's a devil. His father's a devil. Whipped his ass all the time for lying because he's a liar, he's a born liar. But he's a devil in black skin. Everything speaks against him. Everything. All scripts speak against him. There's no scripture that speaks for his favor. That's when time comes and our people get a hold of these clowns, that's when the first thing I ask them. Show me one scripture, just one scripture that verifies any of this crap you saying about Farrakhan. I just want it. And we'll let you go. And they're not going to be able. Not one anywhere. And so the chastisement will be severe. Be severe. Unprecedented. Keep that word in mind. Unprecedented. And there's father's younger. Don't look at Farrakhan. See hair, the glasses. No messenger of God, any of her wore glasses. They said, well, they have glasses in the past. I didn't wear them. He wore shades. He wore glasses. I never wore them a day in my life. I'm 76 years old. Farrakhan, why? Why he wearing glasses? Anyway, that's him. That's his daddy. And they said, Sunday, right? 2 cats can't make a dog. Right? 2 dogs can't make a cat. 2 squirrels can't make a dove. You gotta be what your parents are. But many been telling you, hey, it don't matter who your parents are. God made you the womb. They had to cover up the fact that his father's the devil. You start out as sperm. Every life being starts as a sperm. That means you came out of your father, went into your mama. So you're alive going to your mom. Your mom's egg is not alive. It's living material, but it's not alive. You were a live being. And you came out of your father. See what your father is. Father's the devil, so is he. My brothers and sisters.
When the Muslims were
Come on. Come on. Come on. This is a loving, caring friend. See, he's accused of our people. It says, the war star says, the accuser of our brethren were cast down. He's the accuser. You're so sinful, you're so wicked.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides. Yes, sir, brother Minty. Yes, we are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother Minty. Both sides. When we was alive, we set up schools. That's right. When we were alive, we had supermarkets. That's right. We owned buildings. That's right. We owned farmland. That's right. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
Thank you, Allah. Let the worm, Allah, put Allah's name, right? Worms eat their ass. This is great Farrakhan lover. He wants to save the world. He's got a saint. He's never said nothing bad. He said good language. But he wants the worms to eat your ass. And he's blaming you for not having anything, but he's been leading you for the last 40-some years. So how come you don't have nothing? He's rich. He's a multimillionaire. And his dumbass son is too. So how come he blaming you? When he was a leader. So yeah, he's supposed to lead you through the forest. And then you get he gets you lost and he blame you. And you followed him faithfully. And then he blames you for being lost. But he's supposed to lead you to the forest. The accused of our brethren. And the bottom line is, I was there from 775. I was there personally. I was there. I was a security guard for a messenger. I worked at Muhammad Speak newspaper as a foreman, the night shift, 12 to 8 or whatever it was. The midnight shift, or 3 shifts. Right? My wife at the time, she ran the MGT dress shop, so the messengers come here. That was just, right? And like her brother was the minister in Indiana. See? And messenger knew me. I got letters from the messenger. Okay? So the thing is, I never met him personally. I did get correspondence from him. But he said a few things I never forgot. So he talked to me personally. I know Mr. Shaw came and told me, he said, yeah, the messenger, you're doing a good job when I was a foreman. I'll still together. I never talked to him personally. I wish I could have. But I've been close to him. I've been within feet of him. Within 4 or 5 feet of him. I could have touched him, reached out and touched him. You know? And that clown right there, Farrakhan, when the Muslim was alive, who killed him? You did. You and Wallace. You got rid of all that stuff. They got rid of all that stuff. They got rid of buildings, all the government can come and take it. They sold it. They liquidated, took the money. At least Wallace and them did. And they after Farrakhan, Wallace was officially out on the nation at the time. He was officially banned. Officially. So how did he get in charge? They got Farrakhan as a coward. And he said we got more tapes. He never did that stuff anyway. And he said the message said he would be his worst hypocrite when he's on the world scene. So his message was lying. The message we going home. He said we ain't going nowhere. He said going God and the messenger liar. He come to Abraham and come to the liar. He says Abraham come and says that's God's word. He said we ain't going nowhere. So he calling God a liar. He's calling Elijah a liar. He called her, and so you still with him? Okay, hold on there. So I was there. And he's the one that got rid of all that stuff. Wallace said we don't need it. And they also got rid of Nation of Islam and called it Balalians. Check it out. Now you're going, wait a minute, Muslims alive? What happened to him? How did they get like that? That was your doing. And then they punk your dumb ass. Because after Wallace family got to handle that money, right? And Ishmael's mother got handled all she could get. She grabbed all she could get and ran off to Mexico. That dumbass Ishmael. Then Farrakhan left holding his back, had nothing. Just holding his ass, that's all he had could hold. They gave him nothing, threw him in just like a 2-bit hole. That's what he did to him. Right? They tricked his ass, because he could have stood up and fought for the Nation of Islam, he didn't. When the wolves come, he said, no, when the wolves came, right? He didn't protect it, he didn't just, not abandon the sheep. Hell, he grabbed sheep and threw it at the wolves. Yeah, get this one. Give me time to escape. He took off. He left the believers. He said the believers in trouble. He said it. He said someone crazy, someone's in prison, someone with madhouse. He said all that, but how come he stand there and stand for them? How come if he said out his mouth, they were crazy, everything. How come you didn't stand there and fight for them then? If you so love our people so much, you say, why did he pick you because you love people so much? Well, if you saw that situation, how do you stand up? No, you took your ass, ran off, went to Arizona, and you tried to get back on the stage. I forgot who that singer that you was with. I can't remember his name was. They tried to get back on stage, shake your ass with clips. So tell them live, Farrakhan. You didn't give a damn about the folks. You said Kushmir came to you, and you was in a hotel room. Well, if our people suffering like that, and then they ended up suffering, and was left in your hands by the mess, how come you weren't there helping them? You was out there taking care of yourself. And then when the devil said, no, man, you've been a bad boy, Farrakhan. You've been a bad boy. You've been saying bad things about us. Saying bad things about us, boy, yeah, you know. So we can't let you get up on the stage. He should have let him up on the stage. He should have let him up there. Because however that went. Hey, Farrakhan, what's happening, bro? What you not about to I thought you were wearing lies. Oh, man, I wasn't with that shit, man. I was just getting paid. See? Because that's what it's going to say. He up there on the stage, shaking his ass, while the Nation of Islam suffering, dying, his own words, in prison, homeless, and everything else. I saw Captain Sharif, the one I told you earlier. I said he helped me out, right? And he was, I think he was married to one of the Messenger's daughters. He was Supreme Captain, beautiful brother. The last time I saw him, right? He was driving down Stony Island, and the car, the hood was way up, broke. I mean, the hood was busted, and it was tied. You know, I'm bound so you can see out front, because the hood was up. It was the head tied down, ragged ass car. I ain't never heard him anymore. I don't know what happened to him. So what was you at for? How come you weren't protecting them? You said you didn't protect the sheep. You ran off and left them. And then when only reason you went him, only reason you came back to Kushmir because you couldn't get on the stage and had no money, and you even said so. You said you looked up at that picture and say, he said it. If you go over to this old study group crap, right? I heard because I went over there for a few months, and I followed him to check what's going on. Don't get it twisted. And he said, he looked at the picture of the messenger. He said, this is that came out of his own mouth. Tell him live, Farrakhan. He says. He looked at the picture of and said, you didn't leave me nothing. You didn't leave me nothing. He said, I was on West. He didn't leave me nothing. Well, leave you something. He left the Nation of Islam in your hands. You didn't leave me nothing. And then he thought about it, no, you left me everything. Right? What do you mean by that? That's when he came back and started robbing the Nation of Islam. Because he ain't produced a goddamn thing. But he's a multi-millionaire. Left me everything. Yeah, I go back and fool them fools. And the government recruited him anyway. Because they thought they buried the Nation of Islam, closed the casket, buried it, throw dirt on it till they finished. And then you had people like Silas and other people. A lot of people didn't go with Farrakhan. They didn't go with Wallace. In fact, that's one of the reasons Farrakhan said he left the country, because there was brothers looking for him to kill him. I know about this called death angels. That's a whole nother story together. But there's people looking for him to kill him because he was saying he's a bad-mouthed messenger on big time. They were looking for him to kill him. That's why he took off. That's one of the reasons why he took off. Okay? One of the reasons why he took off. Okay? So when he came back, he had no money. He was broke. He said it. He said he had nothing when he came back. He was broke. That's why he came back. So, okay, I can live off these niggas. They stupid. They'll listen to me. That's why the government said we got to break somebody because they still going the other. Because they a lot of different ministers out there, right? For Silas was one. A couple more. They tell me I don't know, but this guy not just died too long ago. What's his name? Whatever his name is, right? They was right, still pushing the message of names, so a lot of people was flocking to them. That's what falling away came about. Because there wasn't any Nation of Islam, they got rid of it. And so the government said, no, we got to shut this down altogether. So they'll rally around Farrakhan. So they rally around Farrakhan, and feed them a lot of shit, which they've been. And look at that coattail, what they call it. I got to stop doing it. I got to get the name of that right. But the government, FBI program, he gave them every step of it. I'm going to let it go, brothers and sisters. I'm not reading all this, right? But it says that because we're thrown down, accused of our brethren, accusing us at night, that's Farrakhan. That's when the war starts. It's going to happen any day now. It's going to happen any day now. It's going to happen. No doubt about it. I'm closed out here, brothers and sisters. And that's why they don't mess with me. Because they will get their ass kicked so bad. They don't mess with me. Because I just put the truth on their ass. I put scripture on them. All scriptures bear with everything I say. We don't twist and turn scriptures here. Here's here for Aaron. Where? He didn't go there. He didn't make the prayer after. Oh, he won't. No, he's not anointed. He didn't make it. Read what scriptures say. He claims Aaron. No, he didn't make it. He died in the desert. He got killed with the rest of the demon people. I'm going to go, brothers and sisters. Oh, what happened here? We got another problem this again. There you go. Okay, I'm letting it go, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum. Brothers and sisters, a short presentation on simple pressure, how it applies to our situation. But first, I want to do a short recap on on what I did yesterday, calculus. Again, this is about pressure, brothers and sisters. Now, yesterday I mentioned mass times velocity equals momentum. What momentum is like, say you're driving and you're going 50 miles an hour and you take your foot off the gas, you're just coasting. That's what momentum is, just coasting. See? And you keep on coasting, you run into something. Or you know, the traction or something slows you down. That's what it is. Momentum is just, right? You're just going along, you're not applying any force, you're not stepping on the gas, just rolling along. That's what momentum is. Mass times velocity, right? Okay. But when you hit something, momentum turns into acceleration. So you hit, that's a force, because it takes a force to stop momentum. Okay? So velocity is just moving along, no force impacting you, right? You're just going along. But as soon as you change any force applied, that becomes acceleration. If you slow down, you speed up, you turn direction, it takes a force to do that. That's called acceleration. So as long as you just drive along and you're not applying gas, anything, you just, right? If you just going along, you're not applying any force, that's momentum. Okay? In general. Okay? But as soon as you do anything, then it becomes acceleration. You change your direction, so any force you apply to that, then it's a force. Because it takes a force to, right? To change what you was doing. You're just going along, but to change what you're doing, every action has an opposite reaction. Says a force continue going on it. Well, I forget exactly what they say it, but the point is that once it hits something or any change, it takes a force to do that. Ain't change your motion, ain't change your action, it takes a force to do that. Things don't change without force. Let's move on, brothers. Okay, I want to get to an example here. That's your velocity. In this case, the acceleration is going down to zero to a point. A point doesn't move. In physics, points don't move. Point means a position. Points are just position. They don't take up any space, like on the ruler. The position between first one inch and another inch, there's no space there. It's just a position. Because if it was, then an inch would be longer than an inch. So inch 1, inch 2, you said 2 there, that's just a point. Points take up no space. Points don't move. That's what it means in physics. So in other words, to change your motion, right? You have to come to a point. In other words, you have to stop doing what you was doing to change your motion. You have to stop going. If you're going 50 miles an hour, you have to stop going 50 miles an hour. It means you have to come to a point, right? You have to stop. When point is position, stops. So you have to stop doing what you was doing to go to 50 miles. Now, if you're going 50 miles an hour, you have to stop doing what you're doing to go to 60 miles an hour, right? You're 50, so you're not going 50 miles an hour to go 60. You have to stop going 50 miles an hour. If you're going to go down 30 miles an hour, you have to stop going 50 miles. Stop going 50 miles an hour to slow down to 30 miles an hour. It takes force to do that, either way. If you're going to change direction, you're going north, you're going to start going east, you have to stop going north. That's what that means. Hope you understand, brothers. But this is, see, if this should really, it had an impact on me, but when you get to appreciate this, you'll see that, you mean that's the way life works? That math, your idea of math is like some glue, clay or something, no, it's precise. And when you do that calculation, how much it's a car or a rocket or whatever, it's precise. It's precise. You say, well, damn, everything is mathematics. And mathematics is simple. Okay? That's if you have a complex mind. If you have a simple mind, then again, everything is confusing. Everything's not really mathematics anymore. You gotta believe in Jesus, or you gotta believe in some Shiva, some mystery, or whatever. Somebody, see, it gets confusing. But when you got mathematics, you see it's simple. Oh, I was going down the road, and man, I was going to accident, and suddenly, man, I changed direction, man. Jesus must have, no, it was the wind that did it. Right? Look at your whole body. Everything is mathematics there. Everything. There's no such thing as a miracle. A miracle is math that you don't understand. That's what miracles are. Just like what they call accidents. No such thing as accident. If there's such thing as accident, prophecy would not be possible. Because that means you're going to prophesize that this person will be born at a certain time, right? What if their father had an accident? What if I missed the point? What if they don't meet the woman that he had to have that woman? See what I'm saying? It had to be exactly right. Exactly. You're going to say, okay, Moses is going to be born in the year 2000. And he's going to be a certain time, or Jesus will be born at a certain time in this particular place, and he's going to start, going to rise, and he's like I said, you got to be precise. Because first of all, you part of the calculation is that the father generates what, millions of sperm? So which one actually got to the mother? Which one got fertilized? I mean, you have to know all of that. It has to be precise. It's more, brothers and sisters. So velocity is like in a line. I mean, velocity, right? It's basically a line, right? What is a line, right? Acceleration is a point. That means you come to a point, but it takes force to come to a point to stop what you're doing. It takes force to do that. That's why acceleration, right, times mass equals force, because acceleration, it takes force to cause acceleration. It causes acceleration. It causes force to move faster. It causes force to move slower. It causes force to change direction. Velocity. Let me get to people. Now I showed that. I said you're going along at this speed, velocity, right? And then all of a sudden you accelerate. You want to change direction. Well, you got to stop. Point. You got to stop going at this velocity, in this direction, to change this direction. You ain't going this direction, so that's a point. That's what a point where you had to do it. There'd be a point where you stop going this direction, and if you want to go faster, there'd be a point where you're going faster than you was going before. Where you're going to slower, you're a point right there where you're going slower. You understand? You had to come to a point, a stop where you was doing the change. Go faster, slower, or change direction. This is what I want to show you here. Now, this is very simple, right? It's very simple here. Hold on, what's going on here? Why is that showing like that? Hold on, I gotta load. Okay, well, I guess you can see it. Oh, I see. Oh, that can't work like that. Hold on, brothers and sisters, what's going on here? Okay, that's better. There you go. Now I'm saying mass. Mass is how much structure or weight you have. That's what mass is. We're not weight. How much substance there is. That's what mass, how much substance is. And also structure, right? It's not weight. Because weight is a force. Weight is actually force. That's more complicated. How much substance there is. That's what mass is. So he's saying, you got a mass, I'm just saying 2 tons, but that's not quite right, because I'm saying, when you say tons here, tons are actually a force. So I'm trying to put it in a way that you might understand it. So say you got a truck, right? Weighs 2 tons. Okay? So you can say that's the mass, right? And its velocity is 24 squared, right? So you can say, well, mass should be smaller, but 24 squared would be 24 times 24. That's how fast it's going, right? Basically, I'm just giving you a basic idea. It's not going to be going that fast. 24 times 24, well, I don't know what that is, but you're saying that's how many miles you go per hour. Maybe that's how many hours you go per day or something. Anyway, that's the velocity. I'm just showing you an example, right? So the velocity is whatever 24 times 24 is. And velocity is usually d over time, distance divided by time. I'm just giving you the simple version. And then so you say velocity equals acceleration. Oh, wait a minute, I missed something. Hold on, I gotta fix that. Oh, I missed that, hold on. Hold on a second, how do I do this? Okay. Hold on, brothers and sisters, hold on a second. Okay. Make sure it's right here. And we're going to be in the pressure in a minute. But I put this here. Okay. There you go. Gotta get it right. Okay. Oh, there you go. So I'm showing the derivative, I told you that, of velocity is acceleration, right? And that would be, remember if you take the derivative, you get, put 2 times this and take 1 off top, there's it right there. So that'd be 2 times 24, right? The first power, which would be 2 times 24 would be 48, right? So acceleration would be 48 if the velocity is this, right? So then you say 48 times 2 tons be 96 tons. You see, that's the force. It would hit, if it hit something, hit with that much force. Remember, that's very general. So it's not cardiac, it's just general enough to get you to understand how this works. Because you got other little things you gotta, because you can't really say tons, right? Because that's a force itself. But I'm trying to put it in a sense that you get a feel for what's going on here. Now, what happened here, Louis? Oh, okay, I know what happened. So that's what it is. So that's the way you calculate it. So how much the mass is, then you look at what how they calculate mass. But anyway, mass would be how much mass the truck has. So with a bigger truck, right, that's twice this, then the force would be twice this. If it hits something, it's with that much force. Okay, I hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I thought I'd just put that in there. Okay, next, pressure. Okay, so let's talk about pressure here. Now I got some graphics here, right? But see here, velocity, right? First, got to understand what this. Didn't understand pressure. This is not voluminous. It's not voluminous pressure. When voluminous means volume, like in a room, the space and the rest volume. The wall is not voluminous. Wall is planar. It's flat, right? You don't walk around in the wall. You walk around here because it's voluminous, right? This thing's going off on, hold on, guys. This is that mess up here again. I don't just go off on its own. And I'm going to go, okay, I got to make a change here a bit. Okay, here I go again. Here I go again. Well, I can do it this way. I can just do it this way. Okay. There you go. That's the hard problem. Okay. Yep. Okay. 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 There you go. Okay. So they say a plane or planier. They call it planier. Physical flat surface is planier, like the floor is flat surface. But the room itself is voluminous, volume. See, in a bottle is volume. For something that's volume, but the bottle itself is not volume. I mean, the bottle. Well, anyway, the skin of the bottle, right? That's not. That's planier. So, it's a skin. Hope you understand that. Anyway, see right here is so vastly. And so this is a planier situation because it says hit something here, and once it hits that, right, if it reduces to a point, it's forced then, because it hits something. As long as it's going, but as soon as it hit, that means it stopped. That's it. It takes a force to stop, it turns to a point. That's not something somebody made up. That's the mathematics of it. So in this case right here, if you do it that way, that's force. But if you do it this way, comes pressure, because it's still the same amount of force. If that was 20 pounds here, this would be 20 pounds here. It'd just be 5 pounds here, 5 pounds here, 5 pounds here, and 5 pounds here. So it's spread out. It just spreads out like that's what a bulletproof vest does. It takes the bullet comes in, it stops it, and spread that force all the way around. So instead of you getting hit with like 100 pounds of force right in one point, maybe you get put 10 pounds of force all over the place, which might break your bones, but it won't kill you. That's what bulletproof vest works, right? It takes disperse the force, turns into pressure. All pressure is just force spread out. That's what this is. That right there, all those you add together, that's equal to the pressure to hit it. So if pressure was 100, each one of those would be 25. Okay? So that's all the pressure is, right? In the planier. So I just showed the things here, right? See, these are some graphics I got. They're very good, but what it's showing, it's showing how this thing going, every time it goes down, right, it decreases the volume. The volume goes down, but the pressure goes up. That's what this thing is telling you here. See the V going down, but the ground pressure builds up because you're putting stuff in smaller space. It's like if it's 2 people in the elevator, it's fine. 5 people in the elevator, right? People start pressing against each other. 10 people, 20, they get pressure because now everybody's squeezed against each other. But it's just one, there's no pressure there. 2, maybe, they ain't plenty of room for 2. When they start, bumping into each other, then pressure, and the more put enough heat, pressure increases. That's what it's telling you. As the volume goes down, small. So if you got a room, and you got 100 people in the room, and the room is 100 square inches, say, speaking by there's enough room for everybody. Everybody got a little spot. But somehow the rooms to get smaller, everybody started getting squeezed. So now there's pressure on everybody because the room got smaller, the volume got smaller. That's what it's telling you right here. And the variables for pressure is PVT. So in this case, pressure equals time divided by volume. Now time is just how fast they're moving, how fast things are moving, right? So in other words, if you're in a room and people move around in the room, that's temperature. The more fast they move, the higher the temperature. That's what temperature is. Temperature is atoms moving around fast. The faster they move, the higher it is. Because if they move around fast, that's fire. Right? And well, it can be fire. But heat, when you see heat, you see because the atoms are moving faster, the molecules are moving faster. The faster they move, the higher it's going to be. That's what temperature is. Pressure is actually collisions. Right? So like they squeeze, when you squeeze people in the elevator, that's collision. Collision can be mild or it can be fatal. If it's mild, when you have a interaction with a person, just talking to them, or you have a relationship, right? That's pressure interaction. But it's a mild pressure. It's mild that you appreciate. Like somebody pats you on the back. Well, that's pressure, but hey, that pressure you can deal with. But they punch you, that's pressure too. Now that's more intense. You understand? It's just the levels of it. Right? When pressure get high, the pressure get high enough, then you got conflict. And higher, it may be fighting. Higher, you got war. Okay, let's look at it, brothers and sisters. So the world right now is under a lot of pressure. You see, and the temperature, it comes from temperature. So temperature is rising, right? Because people getting hotter. That means the pressure is getting greater, right? So here's some examples here, right? So these are moving around. That's the pressure. You know, all this stuff is inside a container. So they're moving around because they limit. If that wasn't a container, they would just disperse like air, it would be any pressure. But since they're in there, they're moving around, right? And the more temperature they move fast, like a pressure cooker. What happens is they turn the temperature up, they heat up, so they move around faster and faster, so they cook much faster, if you understand that. But I'm trying to keep this simple, brothers and sisters. Just give some examples here, right? Okay. So they try to use the sense of gravity, right? I'll move on, I don't want to explain that one. And then in this case right here, they say hot gas and cool gas. See, cool gas molecules move around slow. Hot gas move around fast. They try to show it here, but it's really not that good. Okay. And the same thing here. So I'm talking about volume. See, in other words, you got three here, but see how much volume you got? So they ain't touching each other. But here they're constantly hitting each other, see, because there's less volume. There's pressure here. Actually, more temperature too, but you got pressure here. You got hardly any pressure here, because they hardly even contact with each other. But since they got smaller space, the same three, remember the volume got smaller, so now they collide with each other. And to make it smaller, they collide even more. Hope you understand it, brothers and sisters. I think I showed this already, but maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Okay, now I'm going to give a couple of examples, right? Let's see here. This is how it applies to our situation. Now, those are the 5 races. The gold, that's the original. Black, that's African, our brothers. The brown, that's Asians. Yellow, Oriental, and the white Caucasian. Now they have different structures. Now I talk about derivatives, right? I want to talk about that a little more. Anyway. Okay. Actually, okay. So I said they're a derivative of us. The Caucasians are a derivative of us. They came out of us. They're derivatives. I'll explain it later. I plan to explain it later in more detail again, like I did yesterday. But I come from another angle, I think. So in other words, if we're solid steel, say solid steel, well, they would be like a pool ball. You see, pool ball is like plastic, you know, it's porcelain, I guess. See, right? So, and we live in a pressure environment. Your body's all about pressure. You breathe, your heart, all this pressure. We live in pressure, but everything that deals with us has pressure. It has nothing to do with Jesus, Allah, nobody else. We live in pressure. Our nature, our reality is pressure. Universe is pressure. Universe expands and contracts. As it contracts, the pressure builds up because everything's less space. Right, it gets hotter and hotter and hotter. That's why they say it was extremely hot when they call it the Big Bang, because everything, all every stars, everything I do is in a very small space. That means we're extremely hot and extremely violent, because remember, it's moving real fast and they're colliding, constantly colliding. Extremely violent, extremely hot, because the volume is very small. But then as it expands, the universe gets cooler and cooler and cooler because they have more space to move around in, so it cools down. There's less violence because things are colliding less, right? Because the universe is getting larger and larger, more volume. So right now, we're at a state, right, where it's very cool, and now it's warming up. That's what's causing global warming. The universe is contracting. They think it's, no, that's what's really causing it, because the earth is heating up. But that's a good thing for us. See, it's a bad thing for them, because their society is based on the way the state, if you build your kingdom during the wintertime, you're gonna build off ice and snow and all that kind of stuff, igloos and all that kind of stuff, right? But it won't survive in the spring. And when spring comes, say, wow, the earth is changing, man. Earth is warming up. See, that's the way you look at it. We gotta stop the earth from warming up. See? No, it's spring. And that warming up is good because it's gonna bring spring in. This warming up that's happening, this global warming, is in our favor. It's against them because it's destroying their reality, not ours. It's bringing our reality in. But the way they see it, we gotta stop it because it's destroying their reality. Oh man, we ain't gonna be able to do this. This is gonna happen. The ocean's gonna rise, all kind of stuff. Because it's bringing in their reality. It's bringing our reality in. It's destroying their reality. But see, they got it all back. They think, oh man, that's gonna destroy humanity. No, it's not. And this war and stuff that's going on, that's to your benefit. Because the pressure is increasing. And who's gonna destroy? It's gonna destroy them. Not you. That's of you taking care of business. Now, we'll get that in a minute. You see here? That's our structure. And see, let's go to this again. See how slow this? Watch this closely. Watch this closely. See how fast the white was moving? Everyone's moving, and slow as moving is this one. Why? Because in pressure field, there's said no net force. That means, like if I see a water in a glass. That water's under pressure. You said water in a bucket. It's under pressure. If that water's still, that means the force at each point in there is equal. They said no net forces. The point everything is equal. Because that's what pressure is. Every point, because every object in there, every atom in there has the same amount of force. Every atom in a pressure system. So you have the same amount of force as the male has. As the male has the same amount of force as female. That's why they're equal mathematically, right? We have the same amount of force. The problem is that the acceleration is different. Mass times acceleration equals force. Mass times acceleration equals force. Okay? Mass times acceleration equals force. So if your force is equal, then it depends on whatever your mass is. So if your mass is 12, your acceleration is going to be 1 if the force is 12. If your mass is 12, your acceleration will be 1 because 1 times 12 equals 12. But if your mass is 4, your acceleration is going to be 3 because 3 times 4 is 12. And if your mass is 6, then your acceleration is going to be 2 because 2 times 6 is 12. Right? So your mass, how fast, not fast how fast you're moving, but how much acceleration, how much energy you have, basically. Right? See, remember, acceleration is actually a force, but I'm going to say it that way. See? Because it makes so you try to understand where we're coming from here. So we move because we move slower. Remember, the more mass you have, the slower you're going to move. Because if you mass of 12, you're going to move that fast. And your thinking is directly connected to how fast you're moving. You're thinking the same direction you're moving at the same speed you're moving. So in other words, if you're moving slow, you think it's slow. Right? So if you're thinking moving fast, that means you're thinking fast. So the devil is thinking fast in us, but it's more shallow. You understand? Because they have less structure. You're thinking faster but less shallow. But we think it's slower but much deeper. Hope you understand. We think it's slower because we the gold over there. We think it's slow. But we're thinking deeper. But they're thinking faster than us, but shallow. See? And now it's deep. See? Because a base, like they say, see, because we have a spatial mind, they have an analytical mind. Analytical mind is like linear, and spatial like, because spatial means taking space as volume, voluminous. So like I say, you can't tell the forest from the trees. Or, the thing is that the analytical mind, spatial mind look over and say, that's a forest, because they can see it. They recognize the forest. But analytical mind said, they're going to count all those trees. Say, oh, there's a million trees, there must be a forest. I'm not just joking, but that's kind of the way it works. See, they have to see everything. They couldn't. The only way they knew about atoms, they had to see the microscope. They'd to find out that Earth was going around the sun, they had to have a telescope. They see, but spatial mind knew it. They could figure out thinking. Could think deeper. They don't need a microscope. They don't need a telescope. They don't need those things because they think deeply. But they have to see it, which is lower level. They have to see it, and if they can't see it, then they have to make theory. That's why I have so many theories. Well, I think it works this way. I think it works that way. But the original mind has to think. They know exactly, because like I said, for the right prophecy, you'd have to know exactly. You can't say, well, I think, because it might not happen. I mean, how you going to keep a track of somebody emitting a million sperm and know which sperm is going to fertilize an egg? And then you're going to access, going to do it at the right time and place and everything else. Understand that, brothers and sisters. Okay? And where's the moon is slowest? So you interpret that as like, hey, slow and stupid. No, they're thinking deeper. See how my people are thinking deeper. They're distracted right now. But once they get their mind back, you're going to see. Because they're the maker, owner, creator, planet, Earth, God, universe. They have to think real deep, do that. And they want to write history. Like Elijah Muhammad told you, they want to write history. Right? And I explained to you how they do it. It's not quite like Elijah said, but because he didn't know about computers at the time. See here? Now they're in a closed space right there. Okay? So they move around real fast because the temperature's high because they close a small space. Right? I should move it up a little bit, but that's okay. See, so compare that to this. Same ones in a larger space. Okay? Moves around as much, not colliding as much, but have a larger space. So this one, temperature's high, and the pressure's high. The temperature's high and the pressure's high because they collide a lot. That's the pressure. Collisions are more intense, and move around fast. Temperature's high, and the volume is low. The lower volume causes the temperature to rise and causes the pressure to increase. Right? But you increase the volume, and you slow down the temperature, and you slow down the collisions. So another way to look at that is, okay, say the Earth. The Earth is your container, right? So you got one person on Earth. Okay, no collision, no pressure, just one person, no temperature. But say you got 1,000 people on Earth. Okay, well, the temperature might rise a little bit, but there's plenty of room, right? So there won't be any collisions, right? Because you got what I said, 1 million people. So I said 10 million. I said you got 1 million people, but look as Earth is. Right? They hardly see each other. You move around more because they want to meet each other and stuff like that. But the point is, until you got 1 billion people, okay, now the temperature rises a little more because the Earth didn't get any bigger. So the temperature rises a little more now because now you get because the Earth getting bigger. So that's another way of looking at it. You say you relate how many molecules of people in the volume. So you say the volume is smaller, or you put more people in it. You can say the elevator gets smaller. Say you got 10 people in the elevator, and the elevator is 10 by 10, and somehow the elevator start getting 5 by 5. Okay, now you got a problem because now you're squeezing people. But what if you got 10 people and your elevator is 10 by 10, but then you put 20 people in there? Well, the elevator getting bigger, It's smaller, but now you got more people in it. Same thing. It's the amount of people related to the volume. Understand that. So the more people put on the planet, the more temperature is going to rise, right? And the more collisions. So now we got about 8 billion people on the planet. Okay? And so therefore temperature's up. Because now you got more collisions and more wars. We're talking about wars. And the population is still growing. That means the intensity is going to increase. See, I know you didn't think about that. They don't talk about it because they do talk about it in the background. Bill Gates, them talking about we got to cut people down because they understand that concept. But they mean part of it's taking giving you and taking your space, Africa. That's what they talk about in the background. Because they think we're the weakest link. Yes, you understand that idea? The volume, how much in the volume? So there, you see, we didn't change. We made the volume bigger. In this case, we made the volume bigger, but you can't make everything bigger, right? So instead of making the volume bigger, keep the volume the same size, but you add more pieces in it. So now you got higher temperature. That's what's going on in the world right now. Temperature's rising, population's increasing. There's more people on the planet now than there's been in the last 6,000 years. So that's why you got all the temperature's high and they get hot all the time. Temperature's getting, right? And wars, and each war gets more intense than the last one. Why each war gets more intense than the last one? Because the pressure's increasing, the temperature is increasing, more people on the planet, right? Temperatures, people move around faster now than ever. See, you think it's just, no, people move. That's why it says in Daniel, people move around fast. Why people move? See, the point is, your creativity depends on your thinking. So, if in other words, I don't know how to say this, but let me see. Okay. Say you're one of those particles right there, right? Now, temperature rise, well, now it's hot, so that means it forced you to move. You was moving at 5 miles an hour. Now you got to go 10 miles an hour. But you can't run 10,000 miles an hour. But your mind will create a means for you to move 10 miles an hour. It'll come in a bicycle, it'll come in a car or something. I don't know if you understand that concept. Maybe I should talk about that a little more, but not today. I tell you, it's a mind war. All this, your reality is because of your mind. So in other words, that's why they have increased transportation and planes, because everybody's moving faster. Their minds move faster. So they're bringing into existence tools and things so it can move faster. It sounds like magic, don't it? That's what I'm trying to tell you. If you understand the energy, you understand mathematics, you see how beautiful this is. Because okay, if you say that works like that there, and then all of a sudden the population increases, that means everybody can move faster. But okay, they was walking. Now everybody's got to run. Okay, but now they got to go. They run maybe 1 mile an hour. Now they got to go 10 miles an hour. You can't run 10 miles an hour like this. Oh, right. So somebody comes with the idea, bicycle, a horse, right? A horse maybe, right? And then got 30 miles an hour. But most, you see what I'm saying? And so it's getting hotter, hotter, hotter. And the collision coming more. So now they buy the tanks and armor, which what? They move fast and also destructive. Collisions. Because how do you eliminate the pressure? How do you eliminate the pressure? If you got, say right here, where you got 5 in here, right? Say put 10 in there, okay, now the pressure's up. Put 100 in there, oh man, now everybody's squeezing. So if you're in an elevator, and you got 100 people in the elevator, man, you squeeze everything else. Well, how would you if you can't get an elevator, what would you do? You got 100 people in the elevator, man, everybody's squeezing, everybody fighting each other, right? But one way to ease the problem is, if you got 100 people here, kill 50 of them. Now all of a sudden, now the pressure decreases by half. Now the war is over. You understand the concept? That's how wars end. Because what happens is that enough people get killed, so the pressure decreases, so then the conflict decreases. That's how wars end. War ends because people just say, I think I want to end the war. No, it ends because the pressure decreases. Because what was war about? Killing people. That's why it says at the end of this war happens, it's only going to be one. It says two-thirds of the population will be wiped out. So it'll be peace in the world, and because we don't it won't be that much. In other words, you use 100 people in the elevator, man, and you killed 90 of them, right? Threw their bodies out. So now it's only 10 in the elevator, man. Everybody's comfortable, and everybody can lay back. They can pull a chair in there, lay back and read a paper. But you got 100, man. Everybody's pushing, crowding, and fighting, man. Move out the way, get out. I remember one time I was working in New York, right? And those subways be crowded. And they come in there, you got to fight your way on there. You got to literally fight your way on there because they crowded. You open the door and the place crowded. And so you got to push your way in. If you really got to go, you actually got to, everybody's been in New York, I'm talking about, you actually push your way in there during rush hour. And I remember one time I go in there and this is a Oriental guy. He put his arm up, like in front of his arm. He got the guy in front of me. He put his arm on the guy's neck, pushed the guy back out, keeping the guy from coming into the subway. See? So how do you leave it? Yeah, I'm trying to get you to understand how these things work, but it's all mathematics. Pressure. So to leave the pressure on the planet right now, the pressure is very high because you got so many people. Plus they're not disciplined, so they're more erratic. So the temperature is increasing, means everybody moves around faster and faster and faster. You think, that's not, right? That's not good. Oh man, everybody got caught, that's not good. You think that's good? That's progress, though. They need, everybody move around faster and faster. Temperature's rising. Got more wars. Why? Wars because resources, I'm not going to that, I get to that level, right? Maybe I take this next step because you can go a long way with this, but I'm not going. I'm just giving you the simple. I said just simple pressure. So the temperature is rising. It's just not just rising because of the population increasing. That's a major part of it, but also because the universe is contracting. That means more energy is coming into it, like turning fire under a pot. That heats everything up, keeps everything. That's what's causing global warming and stuff. So a great war, this war will be greater than World War II. And it's going to kill more people than World War II killed. Billions of people. So therefore, they're going to be gone. And then, okay, now the temperature's going to go down, right? Going to be less people, temperature go down. There's going to be peace, no less collision. Let's move, people might move around as much around like they move around now. Right now, everybody's moving. I mean, average person moves 2 or 3 times a year or whatever. Everybody's moving around, doing all that kind of stuff. You got to travel. Shit. Do you really want to do all that? But that's demands because that's where it is. Hope you understand. I'm trying to get the basic idea here, brothers and sisters. Now, see here. Now, I'm just giving a basic example. Now, this is porcelain. This is the Caucasians. They're derivative of us, a derivative. And this is a steel. We're solid steel, but we move slower, but we think deeper because we got less much mass, right? We the goal. I put it black here to make it more, to make it more dramatic, right? And they're Caucasian, right? But they're made of porcelain, right? See? And they move around much faster because they less material, less mass. So they think faster, but shallow. We think deeper, but slower, right? Bam. Okay? Now what happens? If they collide, which they're about to collide in a minute, boom. That's what happens. They collide. They get destroyed. Because they porcelain, they collide with steel. And that's what's about happening in the world right now. Because as the scriptures tell you, this war's coming. Pressure, everybody's colliding, right? But since they're porcelain, they could be the first to be destroyed. Europeans will be the first, that's Armageddon, they first destroyed. Thereafter will be Orientals. Right? And then after that will be Asians, so. And so at the end, it just be us because the pressure's so great. None of them going to be, we're the only ones surviving all the way. That's exactly what scripture's saying. It says all mathematics. See, they think they can't win. They can't win a collision with us. Okay? You say, oh, the Holocaust, that's energy deprivation. But that's over. So this war coming, right? That's going to result, they could be the first casualties. Because the collision, right? When it gets to fatal, they'll be the first one. Shatter. Is that it, brothers? I think that's it. Okay, that's it, brothers. I'm next vector. I think I'll talk vectors tomorrow. I'm just getting basic idea how it applies to us and apply to what's going on in the world. Okay. And if you don't understand pressure, you don't understand force, you understand vectors, then you have no idea what this world is about. You have no idea. Farrakhan not talking about, he don't know. You hear him talking about this stuff like that. He tried to wax intelligence about a couple of weeks ago, or something about electricity. And he was wrong about that. He lied about the idea of electricity, but he's wrong about it. That's not how electricity works. And that's not, electricity is not in everything. Electricity is not in everything. No, it's not. Electricity has to do with electrons, right? And they have to be in a controlled situation. Electricity is not in everything. It's not even close. Right? And I'll talk about that. That's one of my subjects I'm going to talk about. Electricity as we move on. I'm talking about vectors. I want you to get the background. Vectors, calculus, pressure, those are the three basics. Everything else pretty much builds up from there. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. So, if you study angel, if you ain't studying this, you're not really studying angel. Because the angel is just teaching you about this. Because that's what it's based on. All that stuff in there is just like translated from Spanish to English. So I'm just translating angel into math. Because that's what, when you read it and you study what it's saying on it, it's just talking math. It's just talking in a English type format, but it's math. Islam is mathematics and Islam. Hope you understand, brothers. I'm gonna close out here. Next vectors, hopefully tomorrow. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger of Covenant, Breaker 7 Seals. American Empire. Empire. Exactly what it says, brothers and sisters. America is doomed. It will not last much longer. It will definitely be gone, be broke within the next 12 months. I told you it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter. Trump says he's going to cool things down. It's getting hotter and hotter every day. Every day. The boiling point is virtually here. They made his deadline. He had 2 months, not 6 days. Iran has not backed down. Getting hotter. It's getting hot over in Ukraine. But the hot spot, spark, is in the Middle East. Like I said years ago when Mr. Farrakhan was saying the war of Armageddon was spread. I was saying war of Armageddon. And all of a sudden, oh, God told me to shut up. Why would he tell you that, Farrakhan? You put the watchman. All this stuff going on in the world right now, people are nervous when they need someone to explain to them what's going on. And God told you to shut up. Or did he shut you up? Well, he shut you up. Because you can't even talk anymore. Somebody got to clean your behind for you. Can't even wipe your own behind. Yeah, I know what's going on over there. You can't even wipe your own ass. No? They got to wash your clothes because you get hungry. You start pulling things in the wrong place and putting them in your mouth. We know what's going on over there, but you ain't going yet. It's on. It's on, brothers and sisters. Right? It's on. It's on. No? Any second. That's how close it is. Okay, I had a presentation earlier today. I kind of said something I didn't expect to say. Right? I'm gonna elaborate just a little bit on it. See, because I can't really go into mathematics like I'd like to because I can't start talking about multiplication when I can't get you to understand addition and subtraction. See? Hold on, Bill, send me a big adjustment here. And so that's I said so Islam is mathematics and mathematics Islam. Right? Islam is mathematics and mathematics Islam. Hold on a minute. Where's my and so we should be talking mathematics. But I really can't talk mathematics. What's going on here? There. What's going on here? Okay, I got slack by me about there's always something, I'm telling you, there's always something. What is this all about? I don't know, let me try it again. Where's my... Where's the... I have problems with my camera box. Just give me a minute here. Always something. What the hell is this all about? Okay, I'm gonna have to cancel and start over again, bro. I gotta put up my camera. I don't know what's wrong with it. Never seen this before. Reset. No. Zoom. And background. Oh, there it is. Finally. Wow. What that was all about. Okay, balance. There you go. They ain't trying to give me a stroke, balance sisters. They ain't working, but they trying hard. They trying hard. Oh. Okay, there we go. Now we're there. Now we're moving. Actually, I think I'm gonna leave it like that for today. I'm gonna leave it like that for today. Okay. So, I talk about derivatives. So I'm gonna give you a little taste of what I'm talking about on that. I'm in the most simplest terms. A derivative, for lack of a better word, is like something from something else, like something that's grafted. Something that's grafted is a derivative of the original, right? It comes from the word derived, right? It comes from something else, but it's less than that, right? It can't be more. It's less than that, derivative. So talking about the derivative man. So let me give you a little graphic here, see if that'll help you out. Now what I'm showing here is, say this is a universe, right? And we're in sync with the universe. So what you see is you see us and you see the universe, our mind and the universe. They're on the same level. Make our own cream and planet of God universe. This is very abstract, brothers and sisters. Like I said, it's basic, but it might give you an idea. So what happens? Energy deprivation. Okay, when energy deprivation means you have enough energy, you can't maintain your, right? So in other words, if that's your mind, it's on a single universe, your mind's going to shrink as you get less energy because you can't keep your mind in single universe because you don't have enough energy, right? Okay, so what happens? It starts shrinking. See? Now see, I'm saying like your mind is a cube, and that's religion because all of a sudden, once you're in a single universe, that's totally mathematics. You think you're totally mathematics. The universe is totally mathematics. Then so in other words, that becomes simpler and simpler and simpler. You're trying to understand. You can't fully understand anymore because you lose energy, so you come, right? You're coming flatter and flatter and flatter. See? So now the universe is, that's the big one there, right? The blue one right there. And you the black, right? So you shrunk, you ain't to the universe anymore. So now that's religion. Because now religion is just trying to explain the universe that they don't understand. That's what religion is. It is always trying to explain how things work. Right? So now you're into religion. Because Islam is not a religion. Islam is mathematics Islam. So you're in this case, right? So now you're shrinking. You're getting smaller and smaller and smaller as you have less energy. Then you come totally flat. You still exist, right? But you're down on a flat level now, right? Instead of coming to the whole room, you're just the floor now. Before you was the whole room, inside the room, but now you're just the floor. You're just flat. See, that's a derivative. Derivative of a cube is a plane, or a rectangle, or a square, if you say. So now you're a derivative of your original self. But see, you still had a possibility. You haven't lost your nature. You had a bit to go back up. That's where other arrows from. You had the ability to go back up. But see, if you look at this closely, right? You see, since you're flat now, your thoughts are not upward. Your thoughts are along in this plane, along the floor. Or you can't see the ceiling anymore because your thoughts are totally down here. Because you're totally flat now. So you're moving horizontal. You're not moving vertical anymore. You're down here in this dimension now. You're a derivative of yourself. Now, you had the nature to do that, but you don't have the energy. So now you think it down on a flat level. Okay, you got it? Right? Okay, so what happens? Remember, so now you make a flat man on that level. That his nature is on that level. It's a derivative of you. But they can rule because this is their nature on this level. See, they can't, they don't have the possibility to go up. You do, they don't. This whole world is theirs right here. Flat land. That's the whole world. They move back and forwards here and everything else, right? They have control. Because they, all the energy you had, you have enough. So that's strength down here. But they never needed that much energy. Right? So now they're here on this level down here, and right? Religion on the flatland religion, and you down here with them, but they have control. You have the ability to go up, but they don't. So you can't see up, but you have the ability to. Right? Because you came from there. Like the Bible says, if you didn't come from anything that didn't come from heaven cannot ascend into heaven. I should show that quote. It says, only thing coming into heaven is something that came out of heaven. That show you right there. I should have showed that quote. That show all these people, my dad is in heaven, my mom is in heaven. That's a goddamn lie, because it says, only way you can, no one to ever, only way you had to come from heaven, enter back into heaven. And when Adam didn't come from heaven. Right, so I think I'll show that tomorrow. I need to get that quote. But it doesn't matter, they don't read anyway. We're going to show this in a minute. So here you are right here, right? So then what happens? So you're in this level. This derivative man, he's a grafted man. Right? He's the derivative man. Flat land. He only sees this way. Remember I told you analytical is flat. Flat analytical is like a line, but spatial is like volume. Well, see, we now reduced to analytical. They don't have the power to go volume. They can't see the room. All they can see is that floor. Along, right? They move back. Not walking on the floor. They're in the floor, moving back and forth. If you can understand that. And so are we. But we had to move up, but we don't have the energy to do it. We have the energy to move up. We have the ability to, right? Because that's where we came from, heaven, so we can go back. But right now we don't have enough energy, so we stuck down here with Adam, the derivative man. Okay, what happens? Okay? So therefore they have, he's kind of dark, but he's still there. Right? So here, that's us. That's what I'm showing here, is that now you resurrect, you start getting energy. So now you're starting to go up. Remember, it's not dots no more. You're starting to go up now. That's why he's dark here. Because he can't go up. He don't know this. He don't even know this. He don't even know it's up. He has no conscience of up. He has no reality of up. He has no sense of up. No sense whatsoever. Don't even know there is a up. Because he thinks this is reality. This is all right here. But now you begin to realize there is. And so then you start moving up. You start moving up. Look, he's still stuck down there. You don't even know what's happening to you. He can't touch you because he can't look up. He have no weapon that can go up because he don't even know there is up. Everything he has to do is right here on this down this plane, and you're not there anymore. He can't touch you, can't do anything to you. Right? Because it's almost like, I don't like to use this terminology, but because it might throw you. Well, it probably will. But say you had the floor full of ants all over the place, but you hanging from the ceiling from a rope. They can't touch you at all. I can't get anywhere near you. But that's not really good. But anyway, that's a real weak if you really think it through. But you see what I'm saying? No weapon they have could prevail against you. I'm showing you this way. But they are a derivative man. So I'm trying to show you without going into all the detailed mathematics of it. They are derivative people. They're grafted. That's another way of saying derivative. Elijah didn't know about calculus, I don't think. But they're a derivative man. They came from us. And like I said, they don't have the ability, right, to move back up into heaven. Because they're a derivative. They say it's right here. That's why their wisdom, they said that wisdom, everything fails. Because they don't know anything about this new world starts coming in. A three-dimensional world starts coming in, they have no idea. All they know is being crushed by it. Remember, because this is putting weight on them now. They're being crushed by it, but they don't know where it's coming from. They can't do anything with it. It's impossible. All they know is it's crushing them. There's nothing they can do. And they run around trying to figure out there's nothing they can do. You see, it fits right in what they're saying. They won't know what to do. They're confused, right? No weapon prevail. They may prevail against you. See, their wisdom would fail. That's another way of looking at it. Okay, what happens? And right, you're still moving up. And the more you move up, the more weight you're putting down on them. And they have no idea what's coming from. You're crushing them. And they have no idea what's coming. They can't touch you. They don't even know where you are anymore because they can't even see you. They can't look up. They don't know it's up. Like they don't know about mass promised planes. They see it, but they don't know what the hell they are. You got the picture, brothers and sisters? That's what I mean, the derivative man. That falls right in sync. I tell you, it's all mathematics. It's a little more advanced. The way I'm presenting it is, it's more advanced than I'm showing, but I'm just giving you a graphic to show you. I'm not actually going to detailed math, but showing a graphic, a simpler way of calculus looking at it. I told you can apply calculus to, I'm applying calculus to it. That's why I said I haven't even tried to apply calculus to what I'm doing because I know you don't understand what I'm talking about. I just apply calculus to that. I just define them as derivative man, which they are. They're derivative people. If you're a derivative, right, you can't do anything to what you're a derivative of. See, we're cube, they're derivative. They can't touch us unless we reduce, right, on that level. And that's usually the way you make a derivative. You have to be on that level, and then you produce something on that level, and then they stuck there, and you move on. That's another story altogether, right? Okay? So, and they would rule when they're derivative. You wouldn't rule as a derivative. They would rule as a derivative because that's their reality. But the reality is derivative. They say a derivative universe. They don't even know the universe is three-dimensional. Yeah, they know what three-dimensional. In this case right here, right? Our minds are three-dimensional. Their minds is two-dimensional. Our mind's three-dimensional. There's well, I will be three-dimensional because most of us are still two-dimensional, like them. But we can go three-dimensional. Unless you don't, you stick with American Dream, which is two-dimensional. You stick with it. All the economy, all the religion, everything else is two-dimensional. When you think about it, you analyze all two-dimensional. Because it's calculus. Calculus it's the mathematics that produce them. I tell you, calculus everywhere. I'm applying calculus to their creation and the result of it, right? We were a derivative of ourselves, acting on ourselves, but we still had the nature, but we was acting on ourselves. If we acting on ourselves, it means that we can still become ourselves. But that is their nature. Make them shed blood, right? They didn't reduce that nature. That is their nature, but it's shed blood. That means they're on that level. See, I'm telling you, that's calculus I'm talking. But then we resurrected, we start moving back in the three dimension. They can't touch us. No weapon formed, fell against us. Their wisdom totally failed. They don't know what's coming from. They're being crushed by the weight of our new reality coming in. That's the calculus math. That's the simple calculus math. If it's much more, you get much more complicated than that. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, I want to show you a couple of videos here. See, I don't feel the need to do this. But see, part of my mission is to take down these demons, and take down Farrakhan system, who the Lord will consume. That means, if he consumes, that means he's intentionally doing it. With the spirit of his mouth and destroy it, price of coming. So the things they won't have to say, if you don't put this information out there, then they can always say, I didn't know any better. So the people that's hanging with him, they will have no excuse. Because watch these videos. See, first of all, the videos tell you, they did not believe in Master Muhammad. For years, it was originator. And now he said, well, he's a man, everything else. That ain't what they've been saying. I got his words. I found it. I was looking for some, you see. And even their words right now, they're telling you they don't believe in him. Their own words. You listen. See, I mean, unless you're a total, you won't have no excuse. Unless you're a total idiot. We'll see. What do you got to do? Shout and say, what do you got to do? I mean, the shit that Farrakhan's been feeding you, they got to write on it. That shit, man, and send security people to make sure they don't eat it. What they got to do? This show shit, you ain't supposed to be eating it. They got to tell you. You see it stinking. It look like it, the texture and everything else, and but he said he's honey. He says honey, it must be honey. Now listen to this.
So long till they don't know the birth record, so they just say from remotest antiquity. So long till they don't know the birth record, so they just say from remotest antiquity, this is the house that God used to manifest his wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and power in and through. Where is he now? Wherever he want to be. I'm not going to say I know where he is, but I'm glad his power is everywhere. I think I know where he is. I don't want to say because I could be wrong. But he's wherever he wishes to be. Are we to pray and worship Master Farad Muhammad? You don't worship the flesh of any man because the flesh is going to die. But in that flesh is a wisdom and a power superior to any human being on the earth. So when we look to Allah in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, we look to him. And when he ain't no longer here, the power is going to be here. Now, Elijah Muhammad said he would live a minimum of 400 years, but 400 years ain't no time. He'll be gone. But before he goes, the foundation of what he lays will never be erased from the planet. That's a God. He prays. He prays. He don't pray to himself. You don't say, surely I have turned myself to me. Who does he pray to? He prays in remembrance of him who originated that which he came in. He came in this body. You can't ignore him who originated this. Anyway, it's deep. It's a big subject. I want to say to my Muslim brothers, when I was in Mecca, I was there for 3 days. I was there for 3 days. And in the 3 days that I was there, wrangling with the scholars, we talked about this. And when I finished explaining, the heaviest scholars there didn't bother to argue. They had to go away and study it. And what we don't realize is God has chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. And what you're doing, you are following those that God wants to put you over. The Arab is a good person, basically. They've done a wonderful job in keeping the book of God pure. And we are grateful to them for so doing. But they messed up. It's your turn now. And God will see how you act. But you're not to follow Arabs. You're to lead them. And you can't lead them following them. See, they like to see you imitating them. Just like white Christians want to see black Christians imitating them. We're not to follow white people today. They had their day of...
I can hear more of that, brothers and sisters. What do God do? Rub shit in your face to find his shit? He's telling you he don't believe in Master Prophet Muhammad. He don't believe God is a man. I mean, how clear it has to be? Yeah, he went to talk to Arab and they agree. Yeah, they agree because he's saying the same bullshit they saying. Can't work, but he's flesh, and who's he praying to?
Beloved brothers and
brothers and sisters. Who is he praying to? He praying to remembrance or something? Or you pray to a goddamn memory? What's that going to do for you? He said, pray remembrance of the first. That means the first God is gone. But you just praying to his memory. He can't hear you if he's goddamn dead. You praying to his memory. So what the? Why in the hell you praying to him for? What's he gonna do? He don't hear you. You praying to a memory? He don't hear you. So what the hell you waste your time doing it for? What's the point of it? How can anybody believe that stupid ass bullshit? You see what I'm saying? That tells you something is grossly wrong. And that ain't Photoshop. That's him talking. He said you can't pray to Master Prophet Muhammad because he's flesh, and you got to pray to something else that don't even exist anymore. You gonna tell me now all of a sudden, oh, it's Master Prophet Muhammad? For years, this is bullshit they was teaching. The originator. So that means, see, that's why those people, they got to suffer more. What they gonna happen to them? Because how in the hell could you still be there and tell me you believe in Elijah Muhammad and Master Prophet Muhammad, and he just told you right there that he ain't no God, that he prays to something that don't even exist no more. No, not only do you not supposed to pray to Master Prophet Muhammad, but he prays this mystery God too. Well, he's not even a mystery God. That's even worse. I mean, it'd be better if they prayed to a mystery God. I mean, Jesus, Christian mystery God, he's supposed to be alive. But they tell this so-called mystery God is dead. 7 trillion years dead. So you pray to something that don't even exist. Or you pray to a mystery, that's more substantial than something that don't even exist, don't it? So that's even worse. He's trying to pray to something that don't exist, and the God who's all wise, all his wisdom, he praying to something that don't exist too. And you buying that shit. That's why I'm saying the chastisement will be so severe, because when you pray that, then you have to, and then you have to say, well, okay, explain that to me. And when you can't, that means you're a demon, you're a liar, you're a total idiot. And if you're a total idiot, then you're going to die in your idiocy. Because chastisement, consequence is harder on idiots than anybody else. It's harder on idiots than anybody else. Because the idiots, they got their ass kicked, don't even know where they got it kicked. They didn't even get no benefit from it. And these other ones out there, these devils, where they got a kingdom out of it. They got a kingdom, they got a empire and everything else out of it, and then a consequence comes. But you sit up there, and you sit up there eating shit. And so your consequence for eating shit. So how dumb you are. Idiots get worse than other. These devils got something out of it. And here you sitting around eating shit from them, and then you get the same consequence they get. Because eating shit, there's a consequence for eating shit. There's a consequence for eating shit. You don't think so? Go try it. Well, you don't have to try it. You already been trying it. How does it taste? I don't want to know. This is incredible. Like Muhammad said, truth be so clear in a fool will not err. And how can you still be there after you say that? If you tell me you believe in the message, Elijah Muhammad, and the legend, and the lessons, he just told you. Elijah Muhammad prays to somebody. He ain't no God then. Gods don't pray. If you're a God, you don't pray to nobody. Who you pray to if you're a God? And matter of fact, I'm a flesh, so you can't pray. Well, that means he said God is not a man. He says you can't pray to something that's flesh. He's telling you how. What do you got to spell out for you? You got to spell it GODISNOTAMAN. Is that what you got to do? And see, here's the fool that backs him up. Watch this fool.
Beloved,
greatest practices in all the religions is prayer. The form and style of prayer varies from faith to faith, but prayer is universal. There is no religious community that does not pray. No prophet of God that did not pray. Abraham prayed. Noah prayed. Moses prayed. David prayed. Joseph prayed. Jesus prayed. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, prayed. Master Fard Muhammad prays.
You hear that? And do you see what the subject was on this thing? Look, Allah God answers prayers. How can a goddamn dead man answer prayers? 72 trillion years dead. They don't believe in Master Muhammad. He praying to somebody. He said he's praying to somebody 72 trillion, the so-called originator, 72 trillion years dead. How can he answer anything? Who's answering these prayers? He said, "Hey, Master Muhammad ain't doing it because he got to pray." So who's answering his prayers? Who's answering it? God damn it! Tell me who's answering it. When you get a hold of those folks over there, you'll see something that you've never seen before, brothers and sisters. Because see, this is a time of history when the punishment is the greatest. See, I tell you, there's 2 times in history where it's an unprecedented. When it's unprecedented, it means everything is unprecedented. Your joy and happiness and paradise be unprecedented. Why? Because you're going from shit to gold. And when you go ship and gold, you appreciate the gold. Because you don't taste the shit. But when you go from gold to gold, you don't appreciate that much. It was silver to gold, appreciate. But when you go from shit, that's unprecedented. It's never happened before. You going silver 800 in a second. Bam, it's like that. Whoa, how did it happen? From sound to speed of light, everything is unprecedented. The chastisement be unprecedented. The ignorance be unprecedented. Tell me if that ignorance is not unprecedented. Tell me that ignorance right there is not unprecedented. He's telling you. Let's just tell you God's a man. Like Muhammad taught it. He's telling you God ain't no man. And plus, not only that, then God, he's dead, but he's going to answer your prayers. And you still sitting there? That means you're an unprecedented idiot. So you got unprecedented chastisement. And it's having unprecedented because you didn't get a goddamn thing out of it. Because you're so goddamn stupid. I told you they're feeding out people's shit. And you give them gold. And you're going to sit there and blow your reward for a pile of shit. I want reparations. You're going to blow your whole reward for a pile of shit. That's why God hated Esau. See, he said, I don't want the gold, give me the shit. And that's what they selling you. Because ain't no way in the world, if you can add 2 plus 2, even if you came with 22, you'd still be smart enough to see that shit. Even if you said 2 plus 2 is 22, at least you know numbers. At least you know a number. You may not add them right, but you know numbers. That's enough to know that that shit is total foul. I mean, what they gotta tell you? They gotta beat you on the head? He just told you clearly, God is not a man. And that's why I'm gonna praise not mystery God. It would be better if they told you mystery God, because he said, well, I don't know, but I know I don't know. Like, you might say, oh man, I don't know if my cousin's where he is, but I know he's alive somewhere. That's a mystery, right? But he said, and so I'm gonna go looking for him. But then come tell you, well, he's dead, and they cremated him, but I'm still going looking for him. What are you looking for? They tell you he's dead, he cremated, there's nothing there, there's nothing exists. So what you go looking for? I mean, how dumb can you be? I say better, he may be dead, but they don't know he's dead, right? And he said, well, he's out there somewhere, he got lost, I'm going looking for him. At least he got something. A possibility of hope. But he's telling you there's no hope. He's dead. He's cremated. The ashes spread out the sea. But you're still going looking for him. That means you're an idiot of the worst kind of way. That's exactly what he's telling you. You're an idiot of the worst sort. And that's the point. They're going to ask the question. And when they see that, they don't have an answer. And the punishment will be so severe. Unprecedented. So that means something you can't even think of. So you think the worst punch you could think of is going to be worse than that. The worst punch you can think of is going to be worse than that. If they was Gaddafi, they'd be better off. To what Gaddafi is, better than what's going to happen to them. For all these people. Let me look at this. I mean, this is Google. See, they argue, his father ain't no devil. I said, just Google. Okay, well, I'm going to Google it for you. He's a Jamaican. There's his father right there. This is Google. Farrakhan's father, Percival Clark. Now they say what? His father was Jamaican. Okay, that's okay. See, like you say, you might be American, but are you a devil? Well, you might be a devil. Because that's your nationality, fool. You got Indians here. You got Arabs here. You got Haitians here. You got Africans here. You got Europeans here. Right? So they don't call themselves American. That's their nationality. Look at them. See, are you blind? Can't see the picture? Does it look like a light-skinned Jamaican to you? Does it look like a light-skinned Jamaican to you? See, he's a light-skinned Jamaican. Really? You look like a light-skinned Jamaican to you? That's his father. Lucy Jean Grounds are NOI backwards. That's his father, daddy right there. We got a younger picture of him too. That you can't. Oh, what happened here? Okay, yeah, okay, I did. I already did it bigger. Right? Let's Google it. Go Google yourself. It's right there. Not Photoshop. I didn't bring it. He ain't protesting it. That's his daddy. Percival Clark raped his mama. That was the story he told before. Now he's kind of changing it. He said his father, a rapist. He said his father's father is white, Portuguese, Jews, Caucasian Jews. That's what he says. We got him on tape saying it. His father's father, not his mother's father. His father's father, his father's parents. That means he knows where his father is. That's what they say in Sunday, right? 2 dogs can only produce dogs. 2 cats don't produce cats. Oh, but when it comes to Farrakhan, no, it don't matter who his father was God made him in the womb. See? That was the original story. They're trying to soften up now. Okay? Said he raped, he was raped. Said she was living with another man. He raped. So either she was raped or she a hoe. Because she was living with another man when she got pregnant by this guy. That's the story. So they knew where you come at it, right? And so she tried to rape him. She tried to abort him. Because she said he came out looking white. And so she knew she couldn't convince the guy she was with that was his child. And then that makes her a liar too, a hoe and a liar. Because she was going to try to pretend that was his child, but the child was white, and she knew good and well he wasn't going along with that. So that makes her a hoe, a liar, right? Or him a rapist. He's still a devil, no matter how you call it. Right there, that's the picture. So, oh, he's Jamaican. Oh, that means he's black or Jamaican? You know, a large part of the population of Jamaica is from India. And in fact, the guy used to rant, name was somebody got there. There was a president of Jamaica, was a white guy for a long time. I don't know who was president of it now. They don't want to hear it. Yeah, okay. Keep your head up Farrakhan's ass. We want you to stay there. Keep it there. So we know where to find you when time comes. You see? It's like America. America's like a magnet. See, all the wicked people in the world are drawn here. Because you say, why are they coming here? Don't know the history and everything else? If you know the beauty of this mathematics, what's going on here, to blow your mind, brothers and sisters, when you start learning math, you start seeing it. Okay? There's a whole lot of, we plan this whole thing every step of the way. So America draws demons here, because when America go down, it's going to take 90% of the problem going to be gone once they go down, because they bring all the people here we want to get rid of. And then the people that's going to get rid of them, there's also people want to get rid of us. They going to get rid of each other. Oh, we got this thing down, brothers and sisters. It's down bad. And there's his daddy, younger. Right? They look just like Percival Clark. Louis Eugene Grounds that was his mother's real maiden name. Legion, Louis Eugene Grounds, NOI backwards, exactly what the deal is. You can't make that up, bro. So they say, well, you argue with the G. Okay, well, you argue with all you want to. I'm not going to argue with you. I put the information out there. You accept or reject. That's your business. And listen to this. Hold back. Listen to this. Listen to this for a minute. Listen to this. Hold on. Here it comes. Here it comes.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides. Yes, sir, brother. Yes, we are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother. That's real. When we was alive, we set up schools. That's right. When we were alive, we had supermarkets. That's right. We owned buildings. That's right. We owned farmland. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
Uh-oh, what happened to the Holy Farrakhan? that loves everybody, don't say nothing bad. What happened to him? Oh, is that the same one that says, you're evil, you're wicked? Is that the same one that says all that stuff? You're evil, you're wicked. Right? And we ain't going nowhere. And he calls God a liar. You read Abrahamic covenant, it says, we're going home. He said, we ain't going nowhere. He said, calling God a liar. He called Elijah Muhammad a liar because that was his whole theme. We leaving here. He's prepared us to leave. And Pharaoh, we ain't going nowhere. He said, calling God a liar and Pharaoh and Elijah a liar. And what's wrong with you? You don't get that one either? That shows you that most of the folks over there are demons. Because he said, my name is Legion, and we are many. To my demons. Gotta be. Or idiots are the worst. I mean, these unprecedented. Because in my terminology, there's no religion in history that is as clear bullshit as this. He's actually speaking against it. Clearly. He's not even trying to be subtly. Clearly. He come and say God's a man, and then he come and say, no, you can't worship him because he will be somebody else. How in the hell? That means you got to be a total idiot. Unprecedented idiot. So you want an unprecedented punishment. You got to be an unprecedented idiot. I mean, that's so clear. And look at this here, see? It says, it's talking about war in heaven, that's about to happen. And so what's happening? Because we're strong, the accuser of the brother of us, who's accusing him night and day. That's what, what is he doing? He's accusing you. Yeah, when was Elijah? When did that happen? That's when Elijah was around. Who killed him? You did. I was there. Between 70 and 75 with you and Elijah Muhammad departed. I watched what y'all did. You and Ross tore it down and got rid of it something called Belialians. This is an actual fact. You easily check it out. So now you're going to blame them? You've been there 40 years. You're supposed to be inspired to do something. So for 40-some years, they ain't done a goddamn thing. I mean, now it's their fault. You supposed to be leading them, and then they get lost. And you gonna blame for being lost? We're paying you to get us where we're supposed to go, and now we lost, and now it's our fault. It's our fault. You see, he ain't no goddamn good. How the hell is that his fault? How's that the people's fault? He the one destroyed it. He ain't built the damn thing, but yet he's rich, he's a multimillionaire, and so is his son. His son's a big idiot as he is. So how the hell they become millionaires? The Islam doesn't have anything. They don't have I think they got one major temple, as they call it, mosque, in all of Florida. And I'm not sure that even exists. It's supposed to be in Miami. The other place they have a couple places like Orlando or maybe Tampa, and these not even places. They rent like a little school at night. I remember when I went over there, right there, some lady let them use their little portable school. It was like a trailer or something right there at night. That's they had their meeting. And little kindergarten chairs. Once you get in, what's that thing? The Roach Motel, you check in but you can't check out. You sit one of those chairs, you'll never get out of it again. You get one of those chairs, boy, they have to put grease and everything on you to squeeze, get out of them damn chairs so small. And then when you get there, right, it's nobody teaching. They give you some piece of paper, some bullshit Farrakhan can pull out his ass, and then they pass around. You got to read a couple of sentences, and that person read next to you read the whole thing. And that's the sum total of it. And tell him lying. Tell him lying. You have to cast down. Right there. Who's the accuser? Who's the accuser? Farrakhan. Y'all sinful. You got to repent. Remember so-called $1 Million March? The first one was a lie. He took credit for it. That's why the second was a flop. Because nobody showed up on that one. Because he took credit for something that didn't belong. He's a liar. He's a thief. That's it. He's a robber of this nation. That's what it says. He's a robber of this nation. Read Malachi. You got the God, Master Muhammad. You got Elijah Muhammad, the messenger. Then you got somebody out there that robbing this nation. They said nation. And then after come the messenger of the covenant. Who's robbed nation? It ain't me. It ain't Elijah. It ain't Master Muhammad. He's the one that's rich. The nation had nothing. You want brothers and sisters. And here it is. Then twist this. It says, but I'm not, the son of perdition. It says, be not deceived that the shake, that, or trouble, be not deceived. But Farrakhan says, far away, it's coming now because he's exposing who Satan is. That's what he said. The far away. Do you read? The people, I guess people there, maybe all the people there, either all demons or maybe all of them just retarded. But I know one thing that's going on there. See, they had them doing that damn Scientology stuff, the ordering. And the only way you can become official over there is you had to expose all your secrets. I said, are y'all goddamn stupid? The Bible tells you don't do it, let your left hand know what your right hand do. That's the only way you come. You had to go in there and expose all your secrets. Scientology is just modern day Catholicism. They got the cross, they got the confessional. So you got to go and confess all the stuff that you know about yourself. And who do you think the information goes? You go to Farrakhan. And they blackmail some of those people over there because you got dumb, stupid enough to tell stuff. Because, oh, you could trust Farrakhan, now they blackmail your dumb ass. That's some of it. That's some of it. I said, are you stupid? L. Ron Hubbard stuff. And they worship L. Ron Hubbard. They do worship him. Because you had these calls, these group calls, whatever they call it. I got on a couple of them. And all they talking about, Elijah. They talking about L. Ron Hubbard and what do they call those, all those terms and stuff they use in Scientology. What's the other thing? What's the other thing they call it? Dianetics, engrams, and all that kind of crap. That's what they talking about. And I would say, hey, bro, we're had by Elijah. They shut you down. They mute you. They tell them I'm lying. My daughter married 3 of them clowns over there. All of them was bums. I told her don't go over there and do that. She listened to me. Married 3 of them, 3 different ones. All of them was bums. All of them was bums. No goddamn good. So you gotta be done to be on anyway. See, I understand where she was coming from, because she see me. I took care of business and everything else. Figure, well, if I was there, maybe go. I tried to tell her. She wanted. She didn't find me over there. All she found was vessels full of shit, or shit vessels. Put it that way. Yes, that's more appropriate. Shit vessels, shit vessels is full of shit and it's shit. This is all. The whole thing is just shit. And that's what they are over there. And then you gonna blame them? But see, okay. Now I beseech you, brethren, by the coming of Lord Jesus Christ, that's the message of coming to my right, by our gathering together unto him, that ye be not soon shaken in mind, or be troubled, neither by spirit, nor by word, nor by letter, as from us, as the day of Christ is at hand. Let no man deceive you by any means. Don't be deceived by any means. Don't be deceived by any man, for that day shall not come except to be a falling away first, and that man's sin be revealed. Farrakhan reversed it. He said, don't be deceived on it. He said, no, since I'm synagogue say now they falling away. They said, I mean, what the hell did God do to you? I'm not gonna waste time with you. I had to go over there. That was part of my mission, to go see what was going on, so I can say what I'm saying now. But I got it as fast as I could. I ain't going anywhere near there. In fact, I don't even want to go back there at all. But say, that's part of my mission. When the war starts, right? When the war starts, newsflash. When the war starts, because they're already decisionally right now. If you listen to what they're saying closely, when the war starts, not in Ukraine. The big blow up is going to be in the Middle East, where Iran's going to kick ass. They're going to destroy that place. They're going to take over the whole Middle East and destroy falls Israel and kick America and Britain out of there. You heard it. It's from here. And while that's going on, right? They'll Farrakhan on his ass. I don't think they're going to give him a wheelchair. He will hit the ground hard. He'd be lucky if that's all they do. But he gonna survive it, because he still got some more stuff to do. But he's not gonna be totally incapacitated, because he got his. See, we don't want him to get Alzheimer's. We don't want to give him dementia, maybe just a little bit. But he still got to be enough so he can know exactly, feel it, and know exactly when that sword goes up his behind from his own people. They do Gaddafi, so he knows what the sword is, where it came from, how it feels. Right? Some people gonna do him. What they gonna do him? When the war starts, and that's starting his day now. I told him before. They said, "Yeah, he going." I said, "No, he ain't going nowhere. He's gonna be around when the war starts, because they think of it thrown down." So the falling away came first. That was the nature of Islam. And then he seated. He was revealed. He's son of perdition. He follows the devil. He's son of perdition. Say he would conquer the saints for 42 years. 42 years. Say make war against the saints and conquer. Who's the saints? You claim the nature of Islam, but the saints. So he said this mouse, a mouse, that's all he got. We're counting for 42 years. So if he ain't the one, that means you got 42 years of hell coming, fools. I mean, what you got to do? He follows the devil. You got him saying he don't believe God. He turned on Elijah. He turned Elijah on a dime. Elijah said he'd be a worse hypocrite. We got him saying that too. He says, we got him on tape. He said, Elijah said he'd be his worst hypocrite when he's on the world stage. So Elijah lying? This came out of Farrakhan's own mouth. Now here, and now this is Mark, right? And so he knows who the Messenger of the Covenant is. So he says, what business you have with me, Jesus, Son of the Most High God? He knew. His people know. He was hiding. He knew. And he got mad because he showed up, and the people ran from him. See? Read the story. People left him and ran to the Messenger of the Covenant when the war was going on. Left him, ran to the Messenger of the Covenant. He said, wait, what's going on here? Why are you troubling me? Why are you getting my people? And then the Messenger of the Covenant get hold of him because he started begging, please. He should get asking for permission. That means the Messenger of the Covenant has control of him. He's asking for permission. Please, I don't think make me leave the country. See, because he's under the Messenger of the Covenant's command. Because he's asked to throw him down. He's begging, please, 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 don't kick my ass. See? He said, please let me go back to my devil daddies, the swine daddies. Because that's where he comes from. That's why I want to go to the swine, because that's what he is. It's telling you clearly. Louis Eugene Grounds NOI backwards. He want to be with his devils, the swine, his devils. He don't want to go with the other people. I don't want to leave the country. I want to stay with my people. But people don't want him either, because when they get together, they get to fight in. The story's clear, brothers and sisters. You don't need a roadmap for this. And then you get the story about, he was anointed. That's bullshit. God kept telling Moses, you don't need him. I'll talk for you. I'll speak to you. And Elijah kept on insisting, so he said, okay, you got him. He's your brother. You understand your key for that, because he's not his little brother. So he didn't anoint him. He said to God, go ahead. He said, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against Moses because he kept insisting on this clown, Farrakhan. I want to help her. And God got angry with him and said, you don't need him. So he knew something, Farrakhan. He knew something that Elijah didn't know. He said, you don't need him. He said, that's the only time I saw it. Anytime he got angry with Moses or Elijah, because he keep asking for this Farrakhan, this Aaron guy, who caused nothing but trouble after Elijah Muhammad's absence. And then the death of Aaron. He didn't make it to the promised land. He died in the wilderness. When he died when he got exposed, when the wars took place. That's when he dies. Here in America. First of all, his father's the devil, so he's not a seed of Abraham. So that covenant doesn't apply to him anyway. We wouldn't let him get anywhere near it. And he dies here. When he dies when the rest of his other demon friend brothers dies. It's half the original nation are demons because they're raping our women and carrying on. try to change our nature. They changed their nature. They black, but they got their own devil nature. See, he died here in the desert. A terrible death. He's talking about he's being buried here. He says Aaron. Look what Aaron did. I got to read what Aaron did. Aaron didn't do anything good in Moses' absence. What words? The golden calf turned people. What it says here? Here, Moses said, Aaron, what did this people do to you that you have brought such great sin upon them? He not blaming the people, he blaming Aaron. Aaron blamed the people for everything. But he was supposed to be a leader for 42 years. Then he said, he blamed the people. And Aaron said, do not let the anger of my Lord burn. You know the people yourself, as they are prone to evil and wicked. Accuser. He's still accusing them. Accusing our brethren. He blaming them for the worshiping Sunnism and everything else. Well, he's supposed to be the leader. And then look what this says here. And now Moses saw that people were out of control. Elijah, when he returned, people were out of control. For Aaron, Farrakhan has let them out of control to the point of being object of ridicule among their enemies. See? Aaron's the problem, not the people. And so then Moses said, okay, hell with that. Then stood the gate of the camp and said, whoever is for the Lord, come to me. In other words, these are the people that was with Farrakhan. Because he said, those with the Lord, come with him. That means they was there in his camp, but they wasn't with him. And so Moses called and they left. To go where? To the message of the covenant, the one they were seeking. See, they said they were seeking the message of the covenant, so how can they find it? Because Farrakhan was blocking it. Hiding. Remember, Legion knew who they were, he wouldn't tell. He knew the message of the covenant, who he was. Yeah, he called him by name. But he didn't want them to know. He was hiding it. That's why the punishment is going to be unprecedented. So Moses called them out. Because they was in there. If they wasn't there, why was they in there? If they was with Farrakhan? Because they was waiting. Said they was being in the temple. Remember, if you read Malachi, they would be in the temple, but they would be seeking something outside the temple. After Elijah's departure, they would be in the temple, but they would seek something outside the temple. They wasn't seeking what was in the temple. So when Moses called, they left. That's what we see in Mark, right? They was there, and they left Farrakhan and ran to the message of the covenant. And what happened? After he did that, then they went and killed all of them. Every man put his sword in his thigh and go back and forth to the gate and camp and kill every man his brother, and every man his friend, every man his neighbor. Kill them all. So the sons of Levi, those ones came Moses, they kill them all. Farrakhan, all of them, kill them all. Okay, I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. I don't know. That right there, I mean. I shouldn't have to say all that, but right there, that's a dagger dude's heart 5-6 times, but you don't care. So you hold on to him. You want you to hold on to him. So it's easy for we don't have to sort you out anymore. See, Farrakhan's doing me a big favor. He's drawing all you dumbasses to him. So it'll be easy. We don't have to go out and try to filter you out later on. Try to find, sort you out, figure out. No. Wesley, come on, stick there. Nuri, stay in there, Nuri. Stick right there with your clown ass self. And Wesley, that boy looks so confused. I wonder why he looks so confused all the time, Wesley. Because you know you're a goddamn liar. Tell me you got a PhD. And you can't read. You can't see this. Unprecedented. Wesley, Nuri, all these other assholes. Wesley, Nuri, Jeffrey, Daniel, and Ishmael. Now Ishmael is going to be the one to take over after Farrakhan, right? He's going to be the spirit of truth. People, you know, I've been waiting 30-some years for this, almost 35 years now. There's almost here. I was wondering, boy, what it looked like when that time came. Even back then, 35 years ago, I didn't see it this bad. I didn't see it this bad. I see those, I don't even call them what they are. I mean, I knew it'd be bad, but god damn. I didn't know it'd be this bad. He said unprecedented, so I guess I should have got that one. Because he said, how could they be? I thought they'd be more sophisticated with their lies and stuff. They actually come and taking shit and rubbing your face and tell you it's cosmetics and that you can eat it because honey. He said, yeah, man, it's very Farrakhan, man. I got to rub all over my face. I eat it, man. It's some good honey, man. I'm having a good complexion. I said, is that you serious? Well, who does that? Because this stuff is so goddamn clear. That's what Elijah Muhammad said, it'd be so clear. This is easy stuff. It's even out of Farrakhan's own mouth. So your ignorance is unprecedented. Ignorance leads to this destruction. It's how people lost for lack of knowledge. Ignorance leads to destruction. Ignorant people die. And they don't even know why they're dying. They die cruel death, like you walk off a building. Nobody push you off, you killed your damn self, didn't know it. Because gravity don't give a damn who you are, green, yellow, black, white, male, female, transgender, whatever. You still got that grab your ass and slam you down to the ground. So here you is, you done got yourself all killed and everything else, didn't get a goddamn thing out of it. That's what happened to fools. And that's what happened. Because here you are, yeah, we don't want you. I talk about purging. What's the other word I use? Culling. You understand culling? I'm gonna let go, Brown says, culling is what happened in the animal world to keep the herds healthy and strong. Because when they be herd together, right, the weakest ones can't keep up. The stupid ones can't keep up. And so the lions, that's the ones the lions catch. And the bears catch and the tigers catch. See? So they can't reproduce. So that herd stays strong. It's culling. That's part of nature. And this is what's going on right now, culling. Because anybody with Farrakhan right now don't deserve, no, we don't want them. We don't want them putting their seed back in this nation, because that'd just be cancer. Because if you're that goddamn stupid, yeah, devil's gonna eat your ass. Or they're gonna literally eat you. Cannibalism is gonna reign in a minute. When this war goes down, it said cannibalism is gonna reign. It says cannibalism it's gonna rain like a rain both ways. Both ways you spell rain, right? Like a storm. So people eating their own children. Some of them eat their children, eat their dogs eat their dogs. It says a woman. Read it. So the woman, if she's pregnant, about to give birth, she's gonna hide away in secret. How can I guess you? I never seen a woman give birth in silence. She's gonna hide away in secret because there's no food anywhere. Hide away in secret to give birth, and she's gonna give birth on her own in silence. Why? So she eat the baby raw, alive, raw. That's how hungry she is. It says people eating bird shit. They pay, if they got any money left, the astronomical amounts of money for it. It said be eating their own flesh. Be so hungry, they start eating their own flesh. That's what said in Scripture. And you're gonna be part of it. All those clowns, they're gonna be part of it. And then after we finish with your ass, then they're gonna throw your ass back to them. And they're gonna eat you. Oh no, Farrakhan is going to end up being devil shit. He's gonna be eaten. Oh, he definitely. He's gonna be still alive. After all that, he's gonna be eaten. Oh. Unprecedented, brothers and sisters. They deserve it. Culling. Why we want somebody that damn stupid? I mean, people say, they ask quite, how could you be that goddamn stupid? What's your answer gonna be? Well, he was pretty. Like, Ismail, you sleeping with him? He's so handsome. What, you sleeping with him here? I know you got your head up his ass. What else you got there? What you got there, Ismail? All that brown stuff you got up there, you ain't figured out yet? You ain't figured it out yet? All that brown stuff you got up there? See? The brown stuff you got there, you figure out what it ain't honey. Oh, we got some food out here coming. I'm not paying attention to this garbage. They think they show their ignorance. You know, I always wonder about that, you know. I mean, I guess if you're stupid, you're too stupid to realize to keep your damn mouth shut. Because stupid, every time they open their mouth, they show everybody, tell everybody. I'm just big up putting a sign up. If you're stupid, see, if you're stupid, you keep your mouth shut, but you're too stupid to understand that. Because every time you have your mouth, you shout out, it's like a big sign. I'm stupid! I'm stupid! See, these two clowns here. What are you talking about? Yeah, see, well, he show how stupid it is. What you listening for if you don't know what I'm talking about? See? 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 And I'm an anti-termite. What's this dumb stuff? Jesus Christ, step followers. I never got any comments before, so you know, I don't even pay attention to. I don't know why I'm talking about it now. But this is to break the point. Ignorant people are too damn stupid to realize they're ignorant. A dog don't realize it's a dog. Right? Now me, whether I'm smart or not, that's not the point. The point is I always keep my mouth shut. This is very difficult for me. Like I said, talking, I talk more than I ever talked in my life. I can get this mission done, but that ain't me. My wife tell you that, because when I ain't doing this, I ain't talking. She can hardly get a word out of me. My whole family got very few words out of me my whole life. I talked in one session more. I probably talked to her in 40 years we've been together. No, I mean, not that, yeah. We get along fine, everything else. It's just I don't talk. I be thinking. You can't talk and think at the same time. You can't talk and think at the same time. You can't talk and listen at the same time. So if you talk all the times when you're dumb, you're stupid. I'm out, brothers and sisters. I'm sharing these fools down. You got a lot of negative brewing inside you. Must be some devil, some ignorant devil. I tell you, every time they open their mouth, they show how stupid they are. Okay? Like I said, if you see a dog barking, and you bark back at the dog, who's the fool? Who's the fool? Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters, this is Sulaiman Rahim here, and this is a class for the spatial mind, mathematics and science for the spatial mind. It's my intentions on, we're told Islam is mathematics, and mathematics Islam. So let me teach some mathematics, Islamic mathematics, right? I think I may have spelled something wrong. Let me check something, brothers and sisters. I kind of hastily did this. Hold on. I want to spell out wrong. I spelled correctly. Okay. So today I'm a calculus. Tomorrow prop. I intend to do this on a daily basis for about an hour. And tomorrow thinking pressure. Speak on pressure. Or perhaps on vectors, the language of force. Anyway, today we'll talk about calculus. Now, the way they've been teaching you, the reason our people are mathematics, they're the mathematical people. Right? But you've been taught by people that's not mathematical, and they don't understand, they have some flavor, some idea of math. They don't know how to apply it to their particular situation. They have, their mathematical skills are very limited. Their mathematical knowledge is very limited. Most of it is like theory and carrying on. And so when they try teaching you, it's confusing because they have simple minds complicate, and complex minds simplify. So therefore, I'm going to show you, I'm going to go through what I'm talking about. Because you spend thousands of dollars taking a calculus course, and it's very confusing. Right? And this calculus is something they say, well, Newton invented, which is a lie. He actually got it from the original people, and he put his spin on it, and it's very complicated. And most people don't understand it. And even once you get to learn it, it's difficult to understand it and then to apply it. So I'm going to show you what calculus is really all about, right? And then you can figure out how to apply it. Let's go into it, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Now I'm going to go through step by step process. I'm going to explain, because step by step. So I'm just going to go, like I say, step by step, as I'm assuming that you don't know anything about mathematics at all. Let's start here. Now you got a thing called exponents. And see what things circle? That's the exponent. All that is just shorthand for telling you how many times a number was multiplied times itself. So if that number, we say x, it could be 5 or 7 or whatever. If it was multiplied times itself, then you would say 7 to the power, to 2, which was called exponents. That means just tell you multiply this times itself 2 times. If it's 3 times, you put, right, x to the third, they say power, x to the third power. So that's some way, some people say it that way. X to the second power, or 7 to the second power, right? We just tell you multiply the time itself 2 times. To the third power, you multiply itself 3 times. So the fourth power, 4 times. You understand? That's what it's telling you. That's what exponent is, a shorthand. It'll tell you how many times to multiply that number by itself, which would be there. So if it's 2, right? If it's 3, okay, let's move on. And so here's examples here, right? So say 4 times 4 times 4. Well, that'd be exponent 3, and that would equal 64. 4 times 4 is 16, 4 times 16 is 64. Same thing here. If you say x is 5, so 5 second power is 5 times 5, which would equal 25. If it's just 1 to the power, you don't multiply times anything, it's just 6. But 0 is a little special. It's not really special, but, right, you actually divide it by itself. So anything to 0 power is always 1, because you divide it by itself. That's a basic, basic example. Hope you just pay close attention. That's what that means. So power just to how many times multiply times yourself, right? X could be any number you want it to be, right? But all numbers have to be the same. So if this X is here 7, it'd be 7 times 7. Okay. Now dimensions. There's 4 dimensions. There's no. It's 4 dimensions, not a 4th dimension. It's 4 dimensions. They say like a 4th dimension, like something above the 3rd dimension. No, there's no such thing. In mathematics, you can use mathematical formulas and talk about 4th dimension, but in the sense of reality, there's no 4th dimension of reality. There's mathematical 4th dimensions for calculation purposes, but there's no actual 4th dimension. In our reality, in this universe, you have 4 dimensions. The first dimension is actually the 0th dimension, which is a point. It means it takes up no space at all. It exists. It just takes any. You're going to understand what that means when we get into physics. It exists. It just doesn't take up any space. Right? Then you got a line. That's the first dimension. One exponent. Right? That's where line. X at first, the line. X to the square, we'll explain in a minute. Right? That's a square or a rectangle. X to the second, there's dimensions. X to the third is a cube. X to 3. Well, so what this means, right? But that's the 4 dimensions that exist. A point, which that occupies no space, but it exists. A line. Maybe I should show that. No, well, I'll move on. That's another way of showing it. But anyway, I'll explain that more when we get to physics. I'll explain it if you don't understand it now. Anyway, that's the 4 dimensions that are in our universe. Okay, let's move on. See, a point, a line, a square, and a cube. And that's the mathematical equation for those things. A cube is called x to the 3rd power, 3rd dimension. A square is called x to the 2nd power, 2nd dimension. Line is 1st power, 1st dimension, right? And 0 dimension. Okay. Okay, now dimensions, that's at a point. I can show you something else. Wait 1 second. Maybe I should just do that right now before I go, because I think some of you may be a little confused on this. Just hold on for a second. Just hold on a second here. This should be pretty easy to do. I'm just going, it's not going to be totally accurate, but it'll make the point. It'll make the point, so just give me a second, another second here. Okay. And just do this here. And then I'll do it. Okay. Wrong place. Okay. Well, maybe I should do this too. Over here. I should do this also. And that should make it. Uh-oh. What happened? Uh-oh. I lose my feed? got lost. Oh, what's going on? Okay. Well, what happened? Okay, brothers and sisters, something's going on here. I don't know what it is. Hope you're still there, because it looks like I lost my feed. Okay. Okay, I see in a minute. Okay, I should do it. What's going on here? You stopped. I lost my feed. What's going on here? Okay, let me see what's going on here. Okay. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, there you go. Okay, I'm okay. Okay, bro, so I wanted to show you this, because I wanted to make, you understand what I mean when I say a point occupies no space. Okay, let's see. Let's say a point occupies space. You see right here? These are, if you have a ruler, these are points on the ruler. Right? Like you have 1 inch, 2 inches, right? But where the line is right there, it's a point there, but there's no space. It doesn't take up any space. The line, the inches between this and this. But here, it exists, but it doesn't take up any space. So that helps you. That helps you, right? So this is a point here. If you look at the ruler, where the number, that's a point there, but it doesn't take up any space. Because if it did, then this would be an inch between here. Inch between here, but these points don't take up any space, but they exist. Because you said 1 here, right? When you get here, it's 1, but it doesn't take up any space. So I'll leave it there. I'll explain it better when we get to physics. I'll show you a physical right? But that applies physically. But anyway, let's move on. And then okay, here's the line. This is a line. This is a line here. Okay, a line has 2 points to it. See there? A line has 2 points. A line is first dimension, but it's 2 points. Like look at a ruler, it has 2 points, a point on each side. But only 1 point is relevant because the other is just an exact copy of the other. They're mirror. So only one is relevant, but it has 2. Understand? That's a line to the first power, 1 dimension. Now a square, right, has area in it, right? This is square, right? But it's made up of 4 lines. See, line here, line here, line here, line here. Only two lines are relevant because these two lines is just an echo of these two lines or mirror image of these two lines. So only two is relevant. The other two are just copies of that. Keep that in mind. It's x to the second power, but it's only two lines are relevant. Keep that in mind. Then get to the cube here. See? Now, cube, right, is made of 6 squares. You see 3 here, the other 3 is back behind those, right? Only 3 are relevant, because the other 3 are just exact copies of that. Only 3 are relevant, but it's third power. It's third power. Okay. I should have put something there, brothers and sisters. Okay. All right. Keep that in mind. All right. I'm just showing you, giving you a background so you understand when we get to the actual calculus part, you understand what I'm talking about. So it takes 6 squares to make a cube, three sides to it. Only 3 are relevant. Okay, so now here, remember I said a line? It just says only one point is relevant, that's one. Line is x to the first power, right? But a point is to 0 power. Remember? A line, but that point, line is x first power, but a point here is just 0 power. So that point is 0. That line itself is first. You understand that. Then you go to a square. I'm concerned here, bro. So am I getting a blackout here or what? Am I getting anything? Because I'm looking at I see, oh, there it is, okay. So a square, right, it's 2 lines, right? Each line is, right, first dimension, and it makes 2 lines to make it up, right? 2 lines, other 2 lines are irrelevant. So a square is x to the second power, and it's 2 lines, it makes up, because the other 2 are just that copies of that. Okay, you follow me so far? Okay. What's just going on here? Why is that showing like that? Broadcast. That's not in the way. Okay, there it is. Okay, understand that. Okay, let's move on. Now, cube, right, is make up of 6 squares. You only see 3 because 3 is in the back, right? So it's a cube, x to the third power, but it takes 3 squares. Other three is mirror image, so you don't need them. Forget about them. Just need 3 squares. Okay? To define it. Keep that in mind. Okay. Now, a derivative, that's something they call a derivative in calculus. A derivative, right, means you're going from one dimension to a lower dimension. You're going like the third dimension to the second dimension, or the second dimension to the first dimension, or first dimension to the 0th dimension. That's going down dimension. There's a thing called integral going the opposite way. We're not going to talk about that one, because every mathematical function has an opposite. Like addition has subtraction, multiplication has division. Well, in calculus, you have derivatives that's going down dimension, right, and integrals going up. Now, in each case, like addition is easy to understand than subtraction. One's always easier than the other. Multiplication is easy to understand division. And derivatives are easier to understand than integrals. And we're talking about integrals here. We're going to talk about the derivatives for now, right? Okay. I will give you examples of it. So that's the formula for getting a derivative. So if you have a situation here where, remember you have whatever the number it is, and whatever power it is. See that little yellow thing there? That means take the derivative. Like in multiplication, you have a asterisk or x. Multiplication, division, you have a right. So in calculus, they use a thing like this, like x, right? To show means take the derivative of this. So how do you do that? Well, this is the formula for it. Whatever n is here, you put it down here, you multiply times that, then you subtract 1 from n, and that's the derivative. So here's an example. If it was x to the third power, right, then you would take that 3, multiply this times the 3, then you subtract 1 from the 3, and you end up with this, 3x squared. That's what a derivative is. That's what calculus tell you. That's a derivative. When they say derivative, that's what they're talking about. That's how you take it. So x to the third. If it's x to the fourth, you put a 4 down here, and it beats it, right? So whatever it is, whatever's here, you put it down here. You multiply times that, and then you change the exponent up here. You subtract 1 from it. So you end up with this. This was 3, now it's 2, and the 3 is down here. And now this is what the derivative of this. I should have put that down here too. Derivative of this ends up with this. I should have put the exclamation point down here to show that. I missed that one. But anyway, derivative of this shows this. In fact, I better do that because somebody's going to come and get confused. 1 second. What is this blank again? Oh, yeah. Oh, show up over there. Okay, I got it. I get it. 1 second, bro. It's just going to take a second for this. Oh, I did every place else. How come I do it there? Here. Derivative. Go ahead and do that place but there. Okay. 1 second here. Move for, make sure, absolutely correct. Uh-oh. Okay, there you go. Okay. Well, actually, what it is, I just can't see it, so it's so light. I should have made it darker. Let me make it darker. It was there, I didn't miss it. We just couldn't see it. So let me make it darker here. Okay. You just couldn't see it. So let me see what I can do here. What I can do with this. No, can't do anything with it. Give me that help. Still can't see it too good. Got another one here that I can use. Okay, I just have to go with that. You see it, brothers and sisters. It's just too light, you can't see it. Let's make sure it's absolutely correct. Okay. So, the derivative of x to the third is this. Comes to 3x squared. If that formula. That's the formula for derivative all the time. Doesn't change. That's the formula for derivative. For integrals is a different formula. But we're only going to talk about derivatives here. Okay, go to the next one. And see, so here it is. Now here's the derivative of a line. You follow that formula and you get a point. Remember, you're going down a dimension. Derivatives means you're going down a dimension. You're going from one dimension down to the next one. So you go from third dimension to second dimension, or the fourth dimension to third dimension, or third dimension to second dimension, or second dimension to first. So if you go derivative of first dimension, you're going to end up at the zero dimension, which is a point. Derivative is a point. So here's a line. Derivative will be a point. Okay? Now, a point, you have to show it here, but the point is you couldn't see a point, because a point doesn't take up any space, but for graphical explanation, right, I have to put there, but actually you can't see a point because it doesn't take up any space. See? So, but this is, this is demonstration here. Okay. Let's move on. Okay, so now the derivative of a square, right, is this. Two lines going down a dimension. To follow that formula I told you, right, you put 2 over here, subtract 1 from that, and you get 2 lines. X1 is lines. That's dimensions, see? So you got 2 of them. You might notice a pattern at this point. You got 2 of them. Let's go back and look at the previous one. Right? Remember, you had 2 points for a line, but you take the derivative, you only got 1 point. But only one was relevant. Only one was relevant. So here, you have 4 lines, but only 2 is relevant. So that's what it says. Take derivative, and you get 2 lines. Down the dimension, you get 2 lines. That's the derivative of this. You get that. Okay? 2 lines. Get derivative of a cube, and you get 3 squares. Follow that formula, 3 squares. 3 of them. 3x squared. 3 of these. 3x squared is 3 of them. That's what you got. 3 of them. Remember, you got 6, but only 3 are relevant, because the others are mirror image. Okay. So now let's get to what this means. So that's calculus. That's what I showed you is the formula for calculus for derivatives. Now they're going to charge you $6,000, $10, whatever, a whole semester, and tell you all this stuff about derivatives, all kind of stuff. And I just showed you. It's simple. The graphic, what a derivative is. But they're going to give you they're going to take a whole semester trying to explain what a derivative is and give you all these explanations. I just told you it's simple. But spatial mind is just going from one dimension to a lower dimension. So all it is. Right? From one dimension down to, so I'm going to show you how it works, how it applies. See, because that's the tool. Calculus is a tool. It's a tool for how to deal without the mathematics of our existence. Because everything is mathematics. Calculus is a tool to how to deal with it. You have language like vectors of language, but calculus is a tool. Calculus is a tool, right? And it encompasses all other stuff, division, multiplication, all that stuff. But calculus is a tool. Now I'm going to show you, give you an example. Now, once you learn the tool, like any tool, like hammer, you can find all kinds of use for your hammer. Or pliers, once you understand how to work the tool. Once you learn the tool, then you guys look at, because everything you find, you can apply this to. Everything, I'm going to show you the simplest way, right? So mass times velocity is called momentum. Mass times velocity is called momentum. But mass times acceleration is called force. That's the formula. Mass times acceleration equals force. See? And I think I missed something here. Oh, maybe, let me see. I think I missed something. If I did, I have to put it in here. Yep, I did, I think. Could have myself here. Yep, I did. Okay, I'm back up. I gotta show something here, brothers and sisters. I don't know how I missed that one. And make no excuses, but I'm gonna say it, but I should show it here. As for line, let me see. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I really need to show the equation. Okay, give me a second, bounce this one, but it really won't take but a second. I'm gonna leave that so I can see what I'm doing here. Okay, where's that at? Mass acceleration. Is that it? Oh, not that one. And that one. Okay, do it this way. Okay, I just add another page here. Where is it? That's right there. Okay, what I need to show is acceleration, okay, velocity. Nope. Okay, get out of the way, and move this out the way. Yeah, where's that? Oh, it's out the way here. And up here. Move up here, and get this. Okay, almost there. Okay, there you go, there you go. Okay, and then let's do the formula. Let's do the formula, okay. Right this one here. Right. Okay, almost there. There you go, that's it. Okay, there you go. Okay, this is why I didn't show. I need to show this wrong system. Make sure you, I missed this one. See previous. Now I said mass times velocity equals momentum. Right? Mass times acceleration equals force. Right? So let's look at that. Now what is acceleration? The derivative of velocity, remember? The velocity is called x to the first power. Because a line is moving, see? Velocity is called, like you driving down the road at a certain speed, 50 miles an hour. That's velocity. You understand? And velocity is like a straight line, so it's called x to the first power, straight line. That's applied to mathematics. So acceleration, if you take the derivative of that, it's a point. So where's the point? Where's the point in that situation? Okay, we'll see that in a minute. But anyway, that's the equation. Now they tell you, go to calculus, they tell you the derivative velocity is acceleration. Now, that's not making up here, I'm just showing the simplicity of it. But when they finish telling you, you'll be so confused, you understand how anybody talked about how this applies. I'm showing for spatial, and everything I showed you right now, you'll be in there 6 weeks or a whole semester, and you still wouldn't understand this. Understand what it's talking about. I'm showing you the simple way, the spatial way. The analytical way, that's their way. Simple minds complicate, complex minds simplify. Okay, so I said velocity is a line, right? Acceleration is a point. I just showed you the math there. I didn't have to show it before. I showed you the math. And back up previous, right? Right? I'm saying velocity, derivative velocity. If you take the derivative, right, that'd be one down here, change to make it 0. That'd be a point. So that's how you get acceleration, is the derivative velocity, right? Acceleration is a point. Okay, let's see what that means. Right? Now velocity is a straight line again. You move it down 50 miles an hour, that's velocity. Now if you slow down, that's not velocity anymore. Because velocity means you got to be going at a certain velocity means you at a certain speed continuously. If you slow down, speed up, change direction, that's acceleration. That's called acceleration. You know, it used to call, when you put your foot on the gas, you used to call it accelerator. I don't know what they call it anymore. Maybe they still call it the same thing. Because that would use power, and then you could, right? You giving power to it, so you can step on the gas, you can slow down, you can pull up off of it, right? Okay. So keep okay in mind now. So here, see here? Here's velocity. Now when you get right, now say for instance you change direction. That's called acceleration. Say you speed up. Remember this line is longer than this one. When you're talking about vectors, right, the longer line, so this means it's going faster now. So you sped up, right? Or you slow down. The other one means you sped up because it's longer than that one. He's going here, now he's going 50 miles an hour, now you're going 60. Or you was going 50, now you're going 30. That's the red one. Or you change direction. But in every case, you had to stop going at 50 miles an hour. You had to stop going 50 miles an hour. To change direction, right? You have to stop going 50 miles an hour in that direction. If you change direction, right, then you're not going, if you're going 50 miles an hour north, and now you're going 50 miles an hour northwest, you had to stop going at 50 miles north. You had to stop doing that to go to a different direction. You had to stop going at 50 miles an hour to move up to 60 miles an hour. You had to stop going at 50 miles an hour to slow down to 40 miles an hour. You had to stop doing what you was doing. That's what acceleration is. To stop means you had to come to a point. A point. You understand? You had to come to a point. You had to stop what you was doing to do the next thing. Right? Or even if you hit a brick wall, you still had to stop. You're going 50 miles an hour anymore. That's what's called acceleration. That's the mathematics of it. It works perfectly if you do the math. Correlate. Once you understand the math, you understand this, then you calculate this stuff. That's what it means. Yeah, they're going to spend 6 months, whatever. You might spend 2 or 3 years learning. You will still understand it. As simple as that. You stopped doing. When you stopped, I mean the point. You ain't doing what you was doing before. Come to a point. So then you change. That's what acceleration is. Mathematically, that's exactly what it is. Okay, so let's look on. Okay. And see here? Boom. Now that's it when you stop all together. So they say mass times acceleration equals force. Okay, so mass is how big the car is. Or how big you are. That's the mass. So once you once you calculate the acceleration, then you just multiply how big the force is. The bigger the force is greater. I mean, how big the mass is, right? So you say a Big Mac truck is going to be at going 50 miles an hour. It's going to be more force than a Volkswagen Beetle going 50 miles an hour. That's what mass is. So that's like it's called a scalar. Just how much it is once you determine the impact of force, then how much is it? So what happens here is that I showed you if you change direction or if you slow down and speed up, or if you hit something, you still come to a point. But to come to a point like that, even when you change direction or you speed up, slow down, you still had to stop what you're doing. You still had to apply force to do that. To change direction, you had to apply force to do that. To slow down, you had to apply force to do that. To speed up, you have to have force to do that. Right? So mass times, but this is the simplest way of looking at it. If you hit a brick wall, then it's force. You turn that velocity into force because it turns to a point. It had to be something to stop it. It had to be something to stop it. Right? Brakes or something had to stop it from doing what it was doing before. And that's called force. Basically, understand the force. The force will stop you from doing whatever you're doing, right? One force will stop you doing whatever you're doing. It takes a force to stop you doing whatever you're doing. If you're doing something, it takes force to stop you from doing it. So it takes force, you stop going 50 miles an hour to change to go to 60 miles an hour, or to go 30 miles an hour, or to change the brakes. Because you had to stop a force, it's force to stop you doing it. So you hit a brick wall, right? Velocity, it turns to a point. So that's force then. If you hit something, anything stop, whatever you stop doing what you was doing, that's force. It takes force to do it. And that's the calculation. Let me show it again. Here. Oh, look back. Yeah. Here's velocity, boom, turns to a force hit, force. Because hit stop, it's not moving anymore. And that's how you calculate force. Now I'm showing how the tool works. Then the genius of it is finding how to apply it. I just show you how to apply it when you're driving on a car or you're driving or you hit something. The simplest way. How you apply it for that. Why they say mass times acceleration equals force. That's why. Because that's not some guy's idea they think it works. No, that's exactly mathematics work. I tell you, everything's mathematics. Exactly how it works. So you can calculate the force of something if you understand if you understand how fast it's going, right? And what happened when if it hits something, you can calculate. And all you got to do is figure out how fast it was going and how big it is. And then you can determine how much force impact it had. Or it will have if it hits something. That's the tool. That's the basic tool. See, they take all year to try to get you to understand the basic tool. Once you understand the basic tool, then you can say, okay, find a situation where you can apply that. Because believe me, you would be surprised. Your computer, when they make cans, when they tell you make some vegetables, you want you manufacture, and you want to. Okay, now you got your product, but now you want to put it in cans so you can sell it. Well, it's a calculus formula they use to determine what size can, what material they should use, right? What size can, and the construction of the can. Well, that's why you go and see some stuff. It look like fancy little containers. Somebody just say that's cute. No, they did the calculus. And they came out and said, if you design it this way, it's going to be the cheapest way, least expensive. Because man, if you want to sell your product, you don't want to spend a whole lot of money on the damn can. They can't eat the can. Can just holds it. So you want to get the minimum, you want to be able to store it, right? And you want to have the cheapest container you can find. And so calculus is called a maximum minimum. Right? I'm not going into that. It's a maximum minimum of formula in calculus, and that term that tells you, it should be 3 by 5, and it should be round or square, right? And this high and made of aluminum. That's power calculus, right? How much water, how much pressure, water. I'm not getting that kind of stuff, but I'm just showing you that's the. Now people figure out once you understand how the tool works, because that's what they're going to try to treat you, and then try to give you some examples. Now, once you understand how to work, then you're going to get your calculus book, Calculus for Dummies or whatever, and maybe you understand it now, instead of going how they explain how calculus works, because you don't need that. You know the tool now. So now you go and see how they apply it. Then you can go in these books and see how they apply that. See, maybe one more thing here, bro. Since I'm going to close, I said, I hope I spend more than an hour. I want to do more outreach at one of these, because tomorrow I want to do pressure. But watch this. Oh, force pressure. I didn't mean to put that. That's the wrong title. See here, boom. There's another. See, that's force. Hit something, right? And that velocity hit, right? It turned into force. But since it turned into force like this, it's force spread out. Remember the other case, it turned to a point, right? Actually, let me go back and show this. I probably should have did this way when I think about it. I'm showing we're turning to a force, right? But you can show an arrow coming out of here. I didn't want to confuse you by doing that, but just the force in here. No, let me leave it like that. No, I did it right. I'm thinking about that, no. But in this case here, right, it turns to a point, but then it changes, right? So it turns to a point, but now it's spread out. So it's not like it was. It's spread out now. So now it's still force, but it's called pressure now because it's spread out. That's why they're taking planes or like skiing and all that kind of stuff. The skis, because you put your weight on it, and the reason why you don't go fall down in the snow, because it took your weight to spread out. So instead of you standing on some snow, right, and you say you you're 200 pounds, you put 200 pounds on that one square, one square foot, right? You put 200 pounds on one square, well, right? Or even if you're in some water, you go right through because that square can't handle 200 pounds, right? But say it can handle 50 pounds, right? Well, so if you lay down and spread your weight out over 4 square, then each only have to handle 50 pounds. So therefore, you won't sink. That's why it has skis. They spread your weight out. Water skis, regular skis, they spread your weight out. Boats, same thing. They spread their weight out. So, because if you take a broomstick made of solid steel, and say we're 1,000 pounds, if you sit up right on your floor, it's gonna put your hole through the floor because your floor can't handle 1,000 pounds in like 1 square inch like that. It wasn't designed to handle that kind of weight. But if you lay it down, then you spread out over the whole floor. Then, depending on how long the room is, now you got, instead of 1,000 pounds or 1 square inch, now you got maybe 100 pounds per square inch, right? Because you got 100 square inches out. You understand what I'm saying? So I hope you understand, bro. So, let me see here. Let's go here. Okay, and okay, bro. So that's pretty much it. Now that everything I told you is absolutely correct. Don't go check it out. But you can teach your children. That's calculus. What it really means. They won't tell you when you go to school that it's going from one dimension to another. But you see it right there. It's right there in the math. Calculus going from one dimension to another. That's what it's all about. And everything creation, right? It's like there's certain. When you talk about the races are derivatives of each other. See, you got the highest dimension. They're derivatives, but I don't want to go too deep into that right here. This is for calculus, right? But all animal life and everything is derivatives of another. When you understand the math of it, right? See, and you find derivatives. Like I said, I showed you in a sense of force, but it's also, like I said. People, races are derivative. One race is other races derivative from other races. They came out of other races, derivative of it, right? And I shouldn't even say that right now because I never discussed that before. I didn't want to get that's advanced math, and I didn't want to get into it because nobody's been able to handle regular math. That's advanced math, but you can prove it mathematically, right? So. There's all kinds of ways. I mean, once you understand once you understand the tool, then it's up to you. Even in music, there's music that's derivatives of music. Everything has derivatives. Derivative means you take it down to a dimension lower than it was. So it doesn't have all the properties of the first one, but it has something similar to it. So you have DNA. Animals are derivative of us because they have the same less DNA down a dimension. So it's up to you once you understand the tool, and you get better and better once you start doing it. But you get better and better about how to apply it. Because Islam is mathematics and mathematics Islam, and when you get home, you will have to you will not be able to survive if you don't know this tool. It's like you can't survive this society if you can't read or write. this was a tool you have to know. It's like verbs and pronouns and nouns, all that kind of stuff. You need to know that. And you need to know vectors, you need to know calculus, because calculus is, like I said, the tool. So you have, if you, but I showed you the spatial message, spatial method. Analytical, that makes it complicated and nobody understands what they're talking about. Most of the time they don't understand either. But they can use it, but they don't know how to apply it to our life situation. That's their problem with math. They don't know how to apply it to our life situation. Or they know how to apply it to gadgets and machines and stuff like that. But when it comes to our reality, they don't know how to do that. Then maybe they haven't thought about it. You sure ain't going, well, you ain't getting these fools out here that claim they teaching and they have no idea about any of this. So like I said, check it out. Just tell me, show me. I give you $1,000 if you show me anything I said was wrong. That's calculus. That's the derivative. That's the of dimensions integral. Nothing against that. That's more complicated, right? It's just going another way, like division. It's going another way from multiplication. Some people have a problem with multiplication, but they have a little difficulty with division because some people have no problem with addition, but they have a little problem with subtraction, right? And even though it's the opposite, because they get the negative numbers and stuff like that. See, you get very complicated on the subtraction side. When you get the negative numbers, you don't have it on the positive side, right? See, so it's more complicated than integral. I'm not against that, but the derivative. That's the most common use of it. And you can do all kinds of things with it. Once you study it, learn the tool, then you got to learn how to use the tool. Somebody can tell you, oh, here's a tool, right? And tell you all the things about tool. Like somebody can teach you all about the violin, right? All about the violin. But now, how do you go out and make some music? So I know you know how it works, strings, notes, all that kind of stuff. But now, do you know how to go out and turn into music? And I just gave you the tool. That's the tool. Right? Now they get all fancy and everything with it, go complicated. And if you talk to most black folks, I don't know about math, I ain't good at math because they taught it. And I give a short example here. If you are right-handed and you live in a society that's totally left-handed, everybody's left-handed, everything you do is left-handed. And you have to use your left hand. You're forced to use your left hand for everything. You'd be at a disadvantage, wouldn't you? Everybody be at an advantage to you because your right hand, where your power is, you can't use it. Because everything's, so you go with your left hand and everybody else, that's their power hand, left hand, so they're going to always be ahead of you. That same thing here. They're teaching you analytically, which is the left hand, and that's why you don't understand what they're saying, and so it will complicate it to you, you see? But you're spatial. And so and it's confusing to you. And that's my job, to bring this spatial side to you. Your side, your right hand. Because right now you're in a left-handed world. See? And the left, put it this way, we be left hand and right hand where we going, but the right hand will dominate. Right now, the left hand dominates, separates you confused. You're up on your weak side. See? So you can operate, but it's difficult because everybody else is easy, man, that left hand is easy. But for you, it's difficult. So we go into a world right-handed. You understand? That's what I'm trying to bring you to. So I just gave you the tool. So if this means anything to you, I suggest you do. Like I said, I'm just going to give you the tools. What I suggest you do is go get you one of those Calculus for Dummies or whatever books and see how they apply it. So now you can see application. Then you can see use this, what I just showed you, to apply, and you find it much easier. And you understand what you're doing. Like I told you, a simple example. A lot of people can't get that one about mass time acceleration equals force. That concept, And then, and it's a simple concept in mathematics. That mathematics is accurate. It's not like, oh, it should work that way. No, that's exactly how it works. Exactly. The mathematics is exact. Exact. She said, wow, it works like that. That's exactly how it works. Mass times acceleration of force. And velocity, the derivative of velocity, is acceleration. So you're going down the street, 100 miles an hour, you put on the brakes, acceleration. Speed up, acceleration. Change rate, acceleration. Took a force to do it. Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Hopefully tomorrow, the next one, I think I'll do pressure, but I may do something else, but right now I'm thinking I'll do pressure tomorrow. Hopefully I can take an hour each day to do this, aside from my regular presentation. But I'm going to start bringing, I said, mathematics. Islam is mathematics, mathematics Islam. Now, I told all these fools out here talking this stuff. Tell them to teach some mathematics. They talking this stuff. They speaking directly to Allah. They know everything. Sunnis too. They know they speak directly to Allah. Allah speak. They get the Holy Spirit, and they know everything. And they got Mr. Black Man, and they got the supreme wisdom. Well, tell them to teach some mathematics. If Islam is mathematics, tell them to teach some mathematics. Because this whole course I'm doing right now is going to be all mathematics. We get the physics, we're going to get gravity, we get all that stuff. And not going to be theoretical. Because you're going to find out there's some of that stuff out there, like quantum mechanics and gravity, they're theoretical. I'm going to get actual math. And I dare anybody to show me I'm wrong. I pay anybody $1,000 to show me I'm wrong. Because Einstein's theory of gravity is wrong. It works, but it's wrong. Quantum mechanics works, but it's wrong. Remember, the Romans built great bridges and everything else, but they didn't understand math. There was no zero in their mathematics. But it worked, but it was wrong. A lot of things, you get a lot of things that work, right? Well, maybe I should say it's not accurate. I mean, I should say, because if it works, let me phrase that. See, Einstein's theory of relativity, right, is a theory. But if they say it's only wrong if they say it's a fact. No, they say it's a theory, right? It works, but it's not accurate. They get stuff out of it, right? The same thing with quantum mechanics and quarks. Quarks don't exist. That's wrong. But they can get it to work because that's. But if they do the mathematics of it, they could make it work even better. You see, because once you get mathematics, it means you get more information out of it. Once you learn it, the more you better you learn to use that tool, the more you get out of it. Okay. So I'm gonna get into mathematics. So we ain't talking about theory. I'm gonna give you a theory of gravity. I'm gonna show you exactly what gravity is. I'm gonna give you a theory of atoms. I'm gonna show you exactly what atoms are. And I dare anybody to prove I'm wrong. $1,000 I'm a scientist. Anybody come out there and show me I'm wrong. Nobody's done it yet. And that's what this is going to be. I'm trying to do it an hour each day, right? So like tomorrow, I think I'm going to do pressure tomorrow, but I may do something else. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum. Tool, then you got to start how to use the tool. So like tell you, well, here's a tool, right? And tell you all the things about tool. Excellent. use this. Awaken, brothers and sisters. Shema Rahim here, Message of Covenant, breaking 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, American Empire, America's collapsing before your eyes. But maybe you don't understand the collapse. They're collapsing. There's a couple things I'm just going to hit on, but I'm going to have a more detailed talk about this later on in the week. But see, you say, why America doing strange things? First of all, you have to understand the motivation behind it. And you don't understand how it affects how we're actually the motivation behind what's going on in the Middle East. They can't tell you that because that's the whole idea. And they don't want you to know what they're doing. It's supposed to be a secret. Setting up false Israel, all those type of things, right? Well, the fact that Abrahamic covenant, right? The covenant talks about Arabia as a promised land and so forth, so on. But the other thing is too, another reason why some people make so much error is because they're corrupted their calculator. So if you got a calculator, well, the one thing, no matter what you put in or get out, one thing you depend on, you assume without question that it calculates properly. So what if you got a calculator and there's something wrong with the way it calculates, but you don't know it? See? So you may be making errors because maybe if you don't understand mathematics that well, you depend on a calculator, you're getting bad answers. You don't realize you're getting bad answers. It's taking the data, put in, but it's giving you bad answers, but you don't know because you don't know mathematics, so you don't know it's giving you bad answers. See? And so what's happening is that you have to protect that calculator, your brain. And your brain is designed to calculate perfectly unless it's damaged or corrupted, which is a form of damage, right? Now, how do you corrupt it? You damage it by drugs and all that kind of stuff, right? But you can damage it by misusing it, right? How you do? Okay, you lie all the time. You know it's not true, but you're lying, right? So you're teaching. You may inadvertently realize that you may inadvertently be corrupting your brain. Don't know it because you telling your brain that 5 + 5 is 55. You're just lying, right? So it's like backfiring on you. Start corrupting because now you got to remember these lies and everything else, right? So you're corrupting the process. Okay? And this has been going on at least 500 years in America specifically. Right? Because they lie, their history is a lie, the whole thing is a goddamn lie, Christianity is a lie, they teach their children a lie, so they start corrupting their brain from the cradle. And so, and in this country, that you have to, if you want to succeed, you have to lie. If you tell the truth, they will shut you down. They will shut you down. Because to them, the lie is the truth. To them, the lie is the truth because their brain's so corrupted. They're corrupted by lying all the time, so they start believing their lies. And so now, you say, why did that? And people that brains are clear, it's like, if you could see, and a person walk around blind, you can see they blind, they bumping this stuff and everything else. You can see they make wrong mistakes and everything. They can't see it, but you can see it clearly. And so they say, why is America? Aside from the fact that, the motivation I told you about, false Israel and CCD and all that kind of stuff, but their calculation is messed up. So they make calculations that don't make any sense. That's why everything America doing is failing. And their children are failing. Because they tell a lot about history, a lot about what happened here, everything, and now they want to shut down anybody said shut down 1619 Project. Don't tell children that because it's disturbing, it's this what do you call it, divisive and so forth. So they're actually breeding, they're actually producing corrupted calculators. And then they're going to understand why things, they're making bad calculations. So keep that in mind. I'll talk about that more extensively another time. But America's doomed. There's nothing they can do. And I told you, the tripwire is when they go in war to Iran, which will be any day now. They will go. They're going. And the thing about that is that that's a food that, I don't want to get too deep in that, brothers and sisters, But see, the thing is, let's look at this. They sanctioned Iran to the max, right? Now, if Iran had a nuclear weapon, what would they do? Sanction to the max. See how stupid that is? So what's the point? Might as well have it. If I have it, I'll get sanctioned to the max. So I might as well have it. You see what I'm saying? See how stupid it is? They can't see that. See, they ain't threatening they're going to sanction to the max. They're doing it. So what's the setup? Not doing it. Might as well get it. See? Then I can threaten. What are you going to tell me? Oh, if you get that, I'm going to sanction you more? I mean, sanction to the max. I'm going to kill you more. I'll make you more pregnant. You understand what I'm saying? It's just stupid. See? And then Iran is not like, they're not like, see, the Arabs, it says one of the reasons why Arabs don't like the Bible so much because their parent, when they were blessing, when it came to them, Ishmael, he said his seed would be like donkeys. He said they'd be like dumb. They'd be dumb. They'd be what do you call? What's the word they use? They said dumb. Donkey of a man. See, they be stupid people. That was said in the Bible, and they are. That's no straw together. And so Saddam Hussein, when he saw America building forces, they come after him now. They built forces all around him, sending troops and everything. He's sitting there watching it happen. And so once they got ready to fight, they attack him. Now, how dumb can you be? When they first set foot, they should attack them right then. He should have let them get a foothold. You see, it's dumb. Iran ain't like that. Because they threatened Iran, they put force in place and everything else. I don't want to speak too much of that, brothers, but the point is, if you read that carefully, it looks like to me that Iran's not going to wait for them to drop a bomb on them. When they see them coming, they're going to go ahead and take care of business. I'm going to leave it there. But it's going to happen in a minute. And if you understand anything about the angel, they said, the scripture said they're going to come back a whirlwind. And that's what they're saying right now about Iran. Said Iran got a whirlwind of missiles like nobody else has. See? And they're going to throw all at them. And says they're going to take over all Middle East. You got people saying that. Not from the scripture, but just from thinking mathematically, I'm thinking militarily. Oh, it's going to be something. It's going to be awesome. If all Israel would not use their nuclear weapons, they would go to pull a trigger and it'd be a dud. That's no straw together. In American empire, see, and when that happens, that's that foot that was holding the balloon underwater, with the balloon, that foot is broken. It can't hold on the water anymore, so it pop up. Sealing Grand Army, just like that, instantly. Because you break the force that's holding us down there. I keep telling you, the force holding us down. It ain't us. Farrakhan, Lion Dog, it ain't us. It's them holding us down. It's the force that's holding us down. Once that force removed, we come back up. We're not filthy. We're not wicked. We're not sinful. It's the people holding us down that's wicked, foolish, and sinful. They're the ones affecting us. You see the wind blowing, right? You see the leaves shaking, right? Is it the leaves' fault? Oh man, look at the leaves. There's something wrong with the leaves shaking. No, who's the fault? It's the wind that's blowing it. That leaves are telling you. It's the wind, leaves moving. That's them telling you. Say if they could speak, their language would be moving, right? Oh, see, they tell us the wind's blowing on them. In what direction? The wind blowing us, and it's coming from the north. So you don't see the wind, but it's telling us that's what's happening. So you blame the wind, you blame the leaves, or you blame the wind. See, Farrakhan, he wants to blame the leaves. Oh man, you're blowing and you're moving around and you're moving, you're just wicked, you're sick. No, it's wind blowing on it. And I'm going to talk about that more in detail later on in the week. It's wind blowing on it. And so, it's their effect on us. You can tell who they are by the effect they have on us. That's how you can tell what's happening by what happens to those leaves. If they're not moving, there's no wind. If they're moving westward, that means the wind blowing westward. and they're moving shaking a lot, that means the wind's blowing hard. You know how to understand that? So you look at us, and we acting weak, we acting stupid, and pins and holes and everything else. That's because a wind is blowing on us. Who's the wind? These goddamn devils. That's them. Once the wind stopped blowing, boom, the leaves stopped shaking, everything was cool, everything was mellow. Once we break that, get that foot off us, it's causing us, them vectors, boom, that's how we ready to do that war. That's what the war in the Middle East is going to do. See, we got all this plan. We have, boom, all of a sudden, come together, see the great army. Oh, we stop sinning and everything that fast? We stop being hoes and pimps that fast? Did I tell you something? How can we stop sinning and repent that fast, the whole nation? How can we do it that fast? Accuse our brothers cast down. When four winds blow, see come together, see the great army. How is that possible? So sinful, so wicked. How is that possible? That fast? Because the foot broke that's holding us down in the water. You got seven, boom, boom, suddenly pop up. So it wasn't the blues' fault, it was that foot that was holding it down. See, Farrakhan, that shows right there, expose him as who he is. So I'm saying anybody that can see or want to see, can see him. He's a lying, no good fraud, or just apply a little mathematics. Just read a little bit, just read scripture. We're going to talk about that in a minute. The death of Legion. Then you go read Legion, and it says he was holding, see, he knew whose message of the covenant is. He knows, he knew. And he was upset because the message of the covenant was messing up his apple cart. What are you coming here mess me for? My name is Legion, and we are many. And it turned out they demons, so they don't want to say they're demons. Half devil, half man means they're black-faced Caucasians. That's what a demon is. Half devil, half man. That's where it comes from. Like son of man comes from Suleiman, David's son. It says father was David. Jesus' father was David. So this stuff is so clear, brothers and sisters. And who was David's son? Solomon. Suleiman, son of man. So it says, wait a minute, what's Farrakhan's name? Louis Eugene, L.E., N-O-I backwards. That's exactly what he did. They want to argue about the G. Louis Eugene Grounds. Is that a coincidence? Why did they say that? I mean, why would you want to know his name? Because they tell you. Their books scream out. He's no good. He's shit. There's no scripture, absolutely no scripture to justify anything they say about him. Nothing. I give $1,000 they show me one scripture, just one, and justify what they're saying about him. Just one. They can't. There's no scripture. Every scripture about him is bad news. Even in the Quran, Moses came back and wanted to kill him. Grandpa wanted to kill him. Well, if he's such a great, and he's anointed, why do you want to kill him? Let's go some more things, brothers and sisters. I'm going to keep this short. I was going to do, but anyway, move on. Look at this. See, this is the man that had no mind. He lost his mind. He had the devil's mind. Right? Now they're trying to say Farrakhan is Jesus. I'm getting that in a minute. They're trying to say he's Jesus. Remember he's going to get us across the river? Well, but now he's supposed to be dead or dying. So all the stuff they say he's supposed to do, or Elijah said, I get all my people. Has he got all his people? In fact, they lined up over there. Has he got anybody across the river? What river? He got a river in his backyard? How many people can fit on that wheelchair anyway? All the stuff he claimed, he was going to rock the world. Remember he told the Don New Show, we're going to rock the world, I'm going to save the world. I'm the Messiah. All the stuff they say is goddamn lies. They can't prove any of it. I dare them to prove it. I go publicly. Like I said, I give them $1,000 and I kiss Farrakhan's ass. They can show me just one verse. Just one verse that justifies anything they're saying about him. Just one verse, just one. Just one. Just one verse that justifies what they say about him. So the people already have no excuse. They have no excuse because they're going to burn. Because that's the same question we asked them. Okay, I can show a lot of verses that speak against them. I can show a ton of verses. But But I ain't here to convince you. I'm here to argue with you. Because if you sit around there and I got to do all that, it's not going to help you anyway. You tell people, hey, man, Farrakhan's father's the devil. Hey, don't do it. Black light skin Jamaican. What Jamaican's is nationality. Has nothing to do with his race. That's nationality. Like being in America has nothing to do with your race. Has to do with this country's nationality. Okay? So that don't make you, he can be white, green, anything. In fact, most people over in Jamaica anyway is from India. They got a lot of big population over there. See? They say life skin Jamaican, but that's not what we said before. We got proof of him saying his father's father was white, Caucasian, but Portuguese Jew. That's what he said his father and mother was. His father's mother's father. Then we got him saying that, and plus, right? All you gotta do is Google, take a picture. Look at that picture of him. I meant to show that. Look at that picture of him. Does that picture look like a light? That picture look like a light-skinned. Look at his hair. But he's Jesus. But Jesus supposed to be woolly hair and dark skin. It's not Farrakhan. It's not Master Prophet either. She's saying nothing. They can't find anything. Find me one verse, and I will, like I said, I will give you $1,000. No questions asked, and kiss his ass in public. In public, and apologize. I'll apologize to him in public, kiss his ass, if you can show me one verse that justify any of that crap they saying about him. Just one verse. Just one. And you can't. Okay? So he says, his name is Legion. And he got mad because the man left him and went to Jesus, got his mind back. Okay? And then he started begging, please don't make me leave the country. See, that's what they say. They want to stay here. So he said, I want to go over to swine. He want to go back to swine daddies. Because that's who he is. He's a devil in black skin. That's who he want to be with his daddies. And they got to fighting together. Because daddies don't want them. See, the demons got a problem. We don't want them, and their daddies don't want them. They conflicted. That's we got to be careful with those demons. They conflicted. Because they want to be with dad. Dad don't want them, so they come over here with us because we look like them. Right? But they don't like us because they want to hear all that. Oh, we love America. We love devils, and devils is great. We love Jesus. They don't hear that shit. So the point is, that's what they want to hear you say. If you don't say it, then they get mad at you, and then they get mad at the dad because dad don't want them. That's what civil rights movement is all about. They're going to force daddy to accept them. Integration. That's what integration is all about. They're going to force daddy. Dad, you got to accept us. We're your children. We want to live with you. We want to marry our brothers and sisters. We want to be out there with you. And the original people said, the hell with that. We get the hell out of here. I'm going with Elijah. I want to get the hell out of here. See, that's so simple and clear. They want to be with their dads. That's what Farrakhan. Oh, devils ain't devils anymore. We're going to stay here in America. Most of them are good. It's just a few satanic ones. That's what the scriptures say. That's not what Elijah Muhammad said. And that ain't what the letters say. He's not teaching Elijah Muhammad's teaching. But then again, just like a demon, a wolf in sheep clothing was warned about that. They're going to come in, look one way, and do something else. He come in cloaked under Elijah, the image of Elijah, but he ain't teaching, he teaching devil shit. Scientology, what's the other one? What was that? Mooney stuff? Yeah, he was a part of that. See? Philosophy. We got to be more like devils. We got to learn to be analytic like them. We got to stay with them. They good. I think one of his sons married a devil. His father's a devil. He thinks like devils. He can't help it. That's his nature. See? So he come in cloaked, and Elijah's teaches, but he's not teaching like teachers, like a wolf. If he clothed, he come looking like a lamb, but he ain't acting like a lamb. He ain't talking like a lamb, but he sure look like one. So he come, yeah, see, and when you go and you get none of Elijah, I was with Elijah for 5 years, 775 till he departed. I was a supervisor. I was the foreman. Excuse me, the foreman of the night shift of Muhammad Speaks newspaper. from what, 12 to 8, something like that there? No? My wife at the time, she passed, right? She ran his MGT shop. So she actually met him, talked to him. Her brother was a minister in Indiana. So I was there. I know Farrakhan, if you can show me, I get $1,000. If you can show me one verse to support that shit you're saying about him, and I get another $1,000, right? If you can show me that he's faithful to Elijah Muhammad's teaching and the lessons, and Master Muhammad's lesson. Either way, you get $1,000. If I can double up, you get $1,000 for each one in those situations. And nobody stepped forward to get it, because they're all goddamn lies over there. I've been saying it for years. They know about me, they call me names, they mention me and everything else, but they don't come and say, hey, man, let me get a challenge. Let me come and show you, because they can't. See? Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, look here. Now, they said Aaron was anointed. That's a goddamn lie right there. All you got to do is read it. You read it. It says, and then you'll kill against, okay. And Moses said to the Lord, oh my Lord, I am not eloquent either heretofore, nor since thou hast spoken unto thy servant, but I am slow of speech and slow of tongue. And the Lord said to him, who has made your man's mouth? Who has made man's mouth? Who maketh the dumb, or who is deaf, or the seeing, or the blind? Have not I the Lord? Now therefore go, and I will be with thy mouth, right, and teach thee what thou say. So God said, I will be your mouth. I will teach you what you need to say. He said, oh my Lord, I pray thee by the hand of him whom thou wilt send. And the angel of the Lord killed against Moses. He said, right, he didn't say, you don't need no damn body. You got me. He didn't anoint Aaron. You show me somewhere where that says he anointed Aaron. He said, well, okay. He said, is not Aaron Levi thy brother? I know that he can speak well. And also, behold, he cometh forth to meet thee. And then when he seeth thee, he will be glad at his heart. Right? I shall speak unto him, and thou shalt. God said he will speak to him. He said, Moses, you speak to him, and he will be glad in our heart. And thou shalt speak to him, and put words in his mouth, and I will be with thy mouth and with his mouth, and will teach you what ye shall do. While he was with Elijah, as long as he was with Elijah. Because when he wasn't with Elijah, what was Aaron do? You're going to say it was God telling Aaron to kill the calf and lead people astray? Can you add 1 plus 1? Can you add 2 plus 2? It ain't 22. So long as he was with Aaron, as long as he was with Moses, fine. But he wasn't anointed, because God couldn't get man. He said, man, you don't need him. You got me. But Moses consistent. So he got angry with him because he kept on asking from Aaron. So how was he anointed? Show me where it says he was anointed here. Show me where it said he was anointed. Show me where it says he was anointed. Show me that. Move on. The death of Aaron. Now, this is a comment they made. You can go look at it. But Deuteronomy seems to say Aaron died in the 2nd year of the desert, right after Moses brought the tablets down from Mount Sinai. What was that? See, when Moses brought those tablets down, right? That was because he was attacking Aaron. He was attacking him. Because Aaron had brought the golden calf. So he got mad. He took those tablets and tried to kill him. He tried to kill Aaron and all his people. Read it. And that's when Aaron died, because he died in that conflict. Because during that conflict, that's when the demons and the saints got in the fight with each other, and the demons got wiped out. See? I'm sure we'll go there in a minute, right? Now the sons of Aaron. Now the sons of Israel set out from. I can't pronounce his name, but I'm not going to try. Their Aaron died, and they was buried. He never made it to the hereafter. He never made it to the promised land. Bottom line here. See? It says his son succeeded after him. That's the plan. See, that was his plan. But they got different plans. They're trying to set him up. He's going to be the. he's going to be what the name they use. He's going to be the. What's the word they use? Says that He deliver all truth or something. The spirit of all truth. Because they have Jesus the part. See, Pharaoh supposed to be Jesus, according to him. We ain't. See, and so Jesus had the part, so the spirit of truth would come and guide you in all truth. That's what he's setting you up for. Because he think he's going to die any day now. He's going to die soon. There's no doubt about that. But it ain't going to be nice and pleasant. He's not going to die before the war starts. That means the war's going to start any day now. If you understand Scripture. See? But his plan is this. Because remember, he got rich, his son got rich. He want to get that money in the family. He don't get a little money over the old folks and leave his son to be exposed like that. He ain't going to do that. So his plan was to put his son in charge. So there'd be a big fire, but if it got to that, it won't get to that. See? And their plan is to make, that's why they're a student. Remember that bullshit today? He's a student. He walking in, he's resident. He's going to walk in Farrakhan's footsteps. Ishmael, that dummy, that boy, ooh, he put the D in dummy. He put the D in dummy, I'm telling you. That boy is off the page dumb. You know, I mean, you know, they wouldn't even get they wouldn't even waste time to get an IQ test. All waste time. Like trying to teach calculus to a dog. You'd be better off. The dog would learn calculus fast than that fool. That boy is dumb. He is totally dumb. His mama's dumb. I don't know, she might be a devil. You ever seen her? She white. I remember when she was walking around when Elijah was there. Right? And she had her nose up in the air like she was big shit. Everybody saw her. She didn't wear her cover. She used to wear a crown. Right? And then when Elijah departed, they took money and ran, stole all the money they get, and ran. Why did they leave the country? They was hiding out in Mexico. And he was down there getting high. You see? But yeah, and Farrakhan fished him up there to help keep his lie going. See, I got the son of Elijah. That clown right there, he don't even know, he probably can't spell son. He's stupid. He couldn't get, that's why he gotta keep his head square up Farrakhan's ass, totally tight and firm. And he can't believe that brown stuff is shit. He don't believe that. He's absolutely sure that's honey. He's getting full. He's getting full off of it. He's absolutely sure, because he know if he gets his head out of there, or Farrakhan make a wrong move, break his neck, he's through. Because he couldn't get a job at Burger King licking toilets, paying Burger King to do it. I'll come and lick toilets for me. I'll give you money to do it. He couldn't get a job doing that, because the boy's totally dumb, ignorant. Whole goddamn family. So come after me, boy. Because this war goes down, right? You're going to make a mistake and try to come after us, and that's going to be into you. Right? Oh, boy, what you going to see what's going to happen in a few more days? It's going to be off the page. He said, it's a strange thing. I was telling my wife this morning, I was out walking. I said, boy, I can't tell you what's going to happen, because it's beyond comprehension. What's happened to those folks? Because this truth is so simple. Everything tells an obvious lie. And so you got to be totally blind not to see this light. This is a bright light. You can't be, so if you were still with him, you got to be a demon or a total fool or whatever. But the scripture tells us there's a lot of people over there, and on they did, because they said it's better being there. The dirty water is better than no water. So they did. But it said they wasn't with him. They was there. Because it said those with the Lord, right, left him. Let's talk about that. We'll see that in a minute. But he didn't make it to the promised land. How you gonna get you across the river? He can't even make it to the river south. How you gonna get you across the river? How you read it? They say he died in the wilderness. So how you gonna get you out of the wilderness? He don't even get out of the wilderness his damn self. All this stuff that smacks of the truth is he's a goddamn no good, dirty, stinking liar. Son of a devil. He gonna get you across the river. It says he didn't even make it. He didn't get out of the wilderness. And we're going to see in a minute where he got killed at. If you understand those four happened story. Okay. And here's the Moses and Aaron when he returned. What did this people do to you that you brought them such great sin? He said, see, Who is he causing? Who is Moses? Moses got it right. Who's causing people to sin? Aaron, because he's part of the devils. That's what he says. Then Moses said to Aaron, what did this people do to you that you have brought such a great sin upon them? This, of course, they were sinning because you brought the sin on them. That means you were the people that's bringing sin on them. That means because you were a goddamn devil. They're the ones that brought sin on us. That's clear enough for you, ain't it? He didn't blame the people. He didn't say the people were sinful. He blamed Aaron for the sins they was doing. That's what I've been telling you. And that's, and then he's a goddamn coward. Oh, Aaron, do not let me anger my Lord burn. You know the people yourself, they are prone to evil. See? The accuser of our brothers cast down. He's accusing them. So is God a liar? Is Scripture a liar? He said the accuser of our brother, he's accusing them. So he's the one that's going to be cast down. So when the war started, he said, the accuser of our brother be cast down. Is he not accusing right here? Moses is not doing it. Moses putting the blame where it should be. He's saying it's not their fault. That they are prone to evil. For they said to me, and then he blamed them for the calf, for the worshiping Sunnism. There's a lot more to that, brothers and sisters, that you don't. Okay, let's go here. And now Moses saw the people were out of control. Remember? This is when he comes to Aaron's camp. Aaron's camp. And they said today, Farrakhan said, Elijah was building mosques. Moses building mosques nowhere. He built temples. That's another lie right there. Right? And Moses saw that people were out of control, for Aaron had let them out of control to the point of object ridicule among his enemies. That means that's what Aaron's doing right now. And Moses absent, the people are out of control, and they're ridiculed among their enemies. And whose fault? Not their fault, Farrakhan's fault. He let them out of control. He's supposed to keep them under control, but he let them out. That gets to the whole thing about the forced discipline thing, but I'm not getting to that right now. But he blamed Aaron for this. Then Moses stood at the gate and said, whoever is with the Lord, come to me. So that means you had a bunch of people that were, and said, all the sons of Levi gathered. That means these people, they wasn't with, who was the Lord he talking about? They ain't go with Farrakhan, they talking about the message of the covenant. He said, come with me. And they left them. So that means they was there, they wasn't with Farrakhan. Whoever with the Lord, come, whoever's with the Lord, that means they wasn't with Farrakhan. They just there. Whoever is for the Lord. Why were they coming forth? They were seeking the Lord. Remember, they were seeking. And once you find what you're seeking, you ain't seeking anymore. So they were still seeking. So now Moses said, "Here he is." So now they leave him. All the sons of Levi leave him. They leave Farrakhan. They come with him to the Lord. They leave Farrakhan. They leave Aaron. And then what they do to the ones that left behind. This is what the Lord said. Every man, if you put his sword aside, go back forth from the gate to gate, right? A gate, and kill every man's brother, every man's friend. Amen. Everybody was left. When Aaron left, that's where he died at. In the wilderness, right there. When they wiped out him and all his demons. That's too hard for you to understand? And said, sons of Levi did what he said. And killed them all. Is that too hard for you? Now tell me that's wrong. Because if this is wrong, then why is it wrong? Oh, the Bible's corrupt. Then why you talking about the Bible at all? Oh, it's shit on the cake. Well, why you eating part of it then? If it's shit on it, why you eat any of it? I eat this slice here. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's shit on the cake, but this slice is okay. Well, who you? Man. Ooh. I'm fired up. You know why I'm so fired up? I'm so fired up these days. You know why? Because I see what's about to happen in a few more days. I'm totally confident. I have no faith in my. It's facts. Okay. This is about to hit the. Whoa. And when those folks, when our people get their hands on those folks, now people wake up and they're going to see these people that are living and receiving her. What do you think they're going to do to them? What do you think how these preachers? I told you, all these preachers you see here, all of them, every one of them, they're going to be in flight. They'll be running their ass off. They'll be running, their congregation running after them. You're going to see them run down the street. And a congregation. You're gonna see this. You'll see people who's that? That's preacher Jesse Jackson. He was running his ass off, his old ass. He's running, boy. I didn't know he could run so fast. And 100 people run after him. Women and men grabbed his ass, right, with a broomstick, sharp broomstick. So they can Gaddafi when they get him. Wrap his behind, make a popsicle out of him. That's what happened to all these preachers. That's what a lot of them said. He wouldn't be a preacher if his shoes made of diamonds and gold. That's how every these preachers will be pop. See, every corner you see one little broomstick. Oh, alive. Yeah, that's what happened to every one of them. When people wake up, because first of all, they haven't broken any seals. So that means they don't know what the hell they're talking about. But none of these guys here. That's what the message of covenant, that would be his badge. It's some form of authority. He broke the seals. No one else could do it. So that means anybody else couldn't fake it. So if you haven't done that, that means you don't know the hell you're talking about. That means you're out there goddamn lying. That means you shouldn't be like, they taking money for it? And so the man asked you for a dime, nothing, zero. He ain't trying to tell you anything, he's just giving you information. And he's broke the seals, can prove it. You haven't broke it. No one out there has broken them. But I've broken them and I can prove it. It's easy. See? But don't listen to him. But see, man, Legion knew who he was. Let's go back there and look at that quick number and look through this and close, bro. Let's go back here. See, Legion knew who he was. He just didn't tell the people. Farrakhan knew. Louis Eugene grounded and went backwards. He knew. Hold on, where is it? Oh yeah. What business do you have with me, Jesus, Son of the Most High God? So he knew who the messenger covenant was, but he didn't tell the demons. And the only way they got their mind back is they ran to Jesus because they recognized him, right? But their nature was a nature thing. Their nature did it, right? See? But he knew. He knew. He should tell them. Oh, the judge is going to be terrible. Let's see where we at, bounces. Okay, I'm going to do a short version of this other part here. And I was going to do a long one, but too many things happened today, right? And always have technical issues, right? Let's look at this here. Okay, I got 3 things here, but which one I'm going to talk about right now? I'm just going to talk about energy management. I talked about those another day, so I just talk about energy management right now. Now, energy management. See, some things you need to understand here, brothers and sisters. If you want to, you need to understand it, right? Energy management. In other words, everybody can say amount of energy. Everybody gets every human being gets the same amount of energy. Everyone, same amount of energy. This also carries over to the animal world, but you don't understand how it does, but it does. Every being gets the same amount of energy. So it's how you manage it. And energy changes depending on how the universe, the state of the universe. So right now, most of the energy is out there in constellations, stars, and everything else. Over trillions of years to build this and taking energy from here. We built all that. All the energy was here. We took the energy from here and built those things. We made it maker, owner, creator, planet, God, universe. So we took how you make so everything's energy. So we took energy from here, make the sun, moon, all that stuff is right energy that we put into motion. Right? So now it's out there. As a result, right, we have very low energy here. So we went to state energy deprivation. Didn't have enough energy to maintain things. Take energy to maintain a relationship, energy to blink your eyes, energy to go to the bathroom, energy to count, energy to think. And any action requires energy. Any action. You feel something, that's an action. So we got to the point where low energy, so we got a point where we didn't have enough energy to take care of basic things. And so what happened as a result of that is that we have no energy, because remember, we're God's universe, so we were totally conscious of the universe. That takes action, that takes thought. So as energy decreased, then our thought process decreased, And so we didn't have thought knowledge of the universe anymore. So we still want to try to understand it. So that's where religious came in. That's where religious came in. It's a way of trying to understand the reality of the universe. When you don't have enough energy to have a full understanding of it. It takes energy to have a full understanding of it. To have all your brain cells on fire, fired up. Be totally conscious. Take energy for that. So if you get energy drops down, your consciousness is going to be decreased, right? The amount of energy you got for thought is going to decrease. So therefore, you don't have full understanding of your reality anymore. So then you still want to understand it. So that's where religions come in. Explanations of how things work. And it got worse and worse and worse. You got the Christianity, was the worst of all of them. Okay? I mean, Christianity, everything is spook, spirit, everything. You just got to believe. You can't prove anything in it. It's totally off the page. It's totally our secret reality, all of it. Nothing makes sense. Only makes sense, you got to just believe it. You can't prove any of it. You can't prove not one bit of it. Zero. It's the worst of all the religions, the worst one. So you got Hinduism, Buddhism, you got Judaism, and right? And you get down to Christianity, it's the worst last one. Right? Because you don't have enough energy to comprehend the whole universe anymore. Your brain got the full activity. So you got a lesser version. That's where religion comes from. Okay? So that religion, so you're gonna make decisions based on that level of your understanding. Okay? Like in Christianity, in Catholicism, well, in Christianity, they do mention it, but they said no fear of God, no fear of consequence. And in fact, they tell you don't need to worry about consequences. All you got to do is believe in Jesus, and you do whatever you want to do. And consequences is the absolute nature of the universe. Every action has opposite reactions. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. They tell you, hey, you ain't got to worry about that. Jesus override that one. So that means you totally out of whack universe. At least the Hindu, they say, called karma. That's the karma is a major idea. I mean, you reap what you sow, right? But they tell you, oh no. All you got to do is believe in Jesus, whatever you want, just call Jesus, and whatever you do. And Catholic Church is really bad with that. They had no discipline. You do whatever you want to do. Right now, you can go out and kill all the people you want to. Go to the priest, say, priest, I killed a lot of people, I'm sorry. And he said, okay, take 3 Hail Marys, and put somebody in the basket and come back in next week. Yeah, and you absolved. That's bullshit, but that was just religion. That's totally our secret universe, totally. That's how he was able to enslave us, do the things they did to us. Because they didn't feel there's no consequence for it. If they knew it was a consequence what they did to us, they would have never done it. See? But there's a consequence just because they don't know it. Just because you don't know about gravity, that don't mean they won't tear your ass up. You fall off a building. Oh, yeah. He didn't know. He ignorant of gravity, so we let him down easy. Really? You see? And so this is one of the concepts here. See, if you go back in Scripture, like, because of energy deprivation, then ideas, the Scriptures were skewed to fit with that level of knowledge. See, you don't understand that. You think truth is some absolute thing. Well, every action has an opposite reaction. That's a fundamental, undeniable truth. But that's not the nature of all truth. Was the truth in the winter would not be a truth in the summer. Truth in the summer would not be a truth in the fall. You need a truth that corresponds to how to deal. If you try to rely on the truths that you learn in the spring, you're going to die and you're going to freeze stuff in the winter. That's a truth, a winter truth, a spring truth. That won't be no good in the next season. You can plant in the spring, that's the truth. You plant in the winter, nothing's going to happen. But you don't understand that because you've been taught this absolute nonsense, right? Your sense is just the same thing. Because if you're going to have mercy, then justice means nothing. If there's a concept of mercy, then you throw justice out the window. Because people say, well, how come he's merciful on him and not merciful on me? You see what I'm saying? Because they say, well, and here, they're all this mercy. Oh, okay, well then, yeah, but how can you have mercy now? I mean, that don't sound just to me. Because you understand this fulcrum, how the universe changes. And you think, I'm telling you, your mind has to, your mind is really cramped. Your brain's really cramped. See? That's why swimmer has to come and uncramp it. See, open it up. Because the way you think it, they even said today, what, 75% of what you think is wrong, they were absolutely 100% of what they think is wrong over there. But Elijah Muhammad Wood said, you know way of thinking. The way they're not thinking, they do worse than they were before. You understand? I'm going to close out in a minute, brothers and sisters, but you understand what I'm saying here? So, through the energy deprivation, I mean, you got the Quran and the Bible, both agree. See, I was going to shut up, but I'm not going to shut up, like I said. I'm going to have more, probably, maybe later on today or tomorrow, I have a big explanation of this. But it says the Bible is the greater light and the Quran is the lesser light. They come 500 years apart. And so if the moon is less apart, Quran, that means it reflects what's in the old, it reflects what's in the sealed Bible. It reflects it. Some moon reflects it. And so you get the same concepts. It just less light a little more, but like the moon, you get the same light. You get moonlight is not the same as sunlight, but it reflects the light from the sun. Moonlight is not the same as sunlight, but it reflects the light from the sun. Only light it reflects is from the sun. But something happens to it, it's not as bright as the sun. You see what I'm saying? That's why I said the greater light was the sun. That's the one that ruled the day, ruled during this 500-year period, and lesser light, right? And so what happened? When they came up with the sealed Bible, right, it's been ruling for the last 500 years. And Sunnism is in the back seat. And so you get the same concepts. And so right here it says, and if you look at it carefully, right, I'm not going over the details I was going to, right? It says when Adam and Eve, if you understand so Adam and Eve's story, Eve was supposed to be a helpmate of Adam. She's supposed to be subordinate. Right, so let me go ahead and do that and then come back and then I'm going to close, brother, so I'm not going to. See here? If where Adam was found not, and if Adam there was not found a help suit for him. So of course, Lord caused it, well, let's go up here. It's not good for man to be alone. I will make a help for him. So Eve was just a helper. She wasn't she was just a helper. And same thing down here. She was a helper. She was second fiddle. She wasn't equal. She was a helper. She was afterthought. Okay, look at this. See? And here it says, this is sealed Bible again, right? For the husband is the head of the wife. Okay, she's not his equal. She's behind him. This is the Bible now, right? But in the Quran, same thing. She got to walk behind him and everything else. Remember, this is scripture this is winter scripture for the winter. And look, and here's the Quran, the reflection of the sealed Bible. And women have rights similar to those against them in just manner, and men are a degree above them, so the women still push back. See? This religion, remember, religion is like a subset, it's derivative. Right? You know, it's not the whole truth, but it's enough to get by. You understand? For your level of knowledge. And so therefore, on the energy deprivation, this is what religion says about women. But remember, they don't have a whole universe. They got just, right? Excuse me. To have a comprehensive vision, a comprehensive understanding of the universe, that's what religion does. It came into being when people's mind wasn't strong, didn't have enough energy to have a comprehensive view, so they had a lesser view, a more pedestrian view, if you will. Right? It's like going from a PhD down to kindergarten. Right? You get less, so you have less understanding about things. Right? Because you don't have enough energy, right? So, okay, let's go back. Previous, I missed. But now see what the angel, but the master. See, that's what angel says. Want to break the seals? The spring come in, the new wisdom, new time, because he's supposed to bring you. I said thorough knowledge. So that means you had to bring you back into the universe, because it'll make you into gods. That means you have to have a comprehensive vision. And what they say? What do they say? So God created man in his own image. The image of God created him, male and female. Here the equal. Here the equal. So man, God, as gods. So now you got, as a God, you have a comprehensive view. And when you have a comprehensive view, they're equal. But when you have a religious view, a subset, they're not equal. Because you don't understand everything. So they're not equal. But when you have a full knowledge, and you're a level of gods, that means you have full knowledge of the universe, right? Your mind, you have full understanding of the universe. I'm say some people have more deeper understanding than others, but you have full understanding of something, and some people go deeper and deeper to it, but you don't have full understanding. And some people go deeper and deeper. So once you're a God, there's God, man, in his own image, you're making them gods. And when they become gods, they got full comprehensive vision. Then you understand the equal. You see what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? Y'all get this from Farrakhan and East because they don't know anything. They didn't break the seals. They talking out their ass. Ooh, if you have any idea what's going to happen to those folks. See what I'm saying? So religion gives you a skewed vision, right, of reality, a lesser vision. And when those under that, and that's what you've been going through the last 6,000 years, especially the last 500 years, you got a skewed derivative visual idea of how real it is. So you're going to see reality in a skewed version of what it is. But once you get knowledge of God, you get a full thing, then you say, hey, no, they equal. It says right clearly right there. Male and female created them in his own image. Gods. Not angels, gods. And that's what Superman's job is to do. You understand? Make men our own image. So they have dominion over everything, male and female. Created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Him, male and female. Okay, bro, so I think I'm gonna leave it there. Yeah, because it's gonna take a while with this next subject. And let me see what I got here. Maybe I could say something here. I'm not gonna get into this right now. That's what I have here. So I talked about Farrakhan, right? Yeah, I talked about him already, so that'll do it. Yeah, American Empire. Yeah, that'll do it. I'm not going to talk about it. Okay, bro, so I'm leave there. Maybe later on today, I'll go into much detail. I had a lot more to plan, but that's, energy deprivation. Let me just say it short. Everybody can say my energy. You have to decide how you want to use that energy. I talked about it a little bit earlier, right? You have to decide how to use it. And when you look in the mirror, that's how you invest it. Right? And so right now, if you say, oh, female is not equal, that's what you feel, that's because you haven't developed this. You haven't applied, you still have a skewed vision of the universe because you don't have enough energy to get a full view. When you got a full view, then you recognize that's not true. Male and female are equal. Once you get a full view, then you understand that you can't, that if your father's a devil, that you're a devil. They said today, but they couldn't admit it. Well, God created everything in pairs, and two lambs cannot produce a dog, and two dogs cannot produce a cat, right? But Farrakhan's father's a devil, so why he's not a devil? See, they can't use that same logic. So the thing is that a lot of problems our people have is because they just don't have the energy. They mismanage the energy. And so Master Muhammad's going to do him a goodie, that they say, right? He's going to destroy this American dream and everything else and distract them. They investing their money in, so it won't be there anymore. So all the money they have, all the energy they have, will have to be devoted on themselves, their people, their nation. Right? I mean, they can still go off because the demons, right? That's not going to do them any good. They're going to invest or try and take America, which they will, America will be controlled by the demons, and they will take it, and this is just to be destroyed when the goat comes in. Well, they would take it. They could be West and Australia together, right? They're gonna be wiped out at that point. You understand? So energy management, I'm going to talk about that even more another time. Energy management, you get so much energy. How you want to develop this? Right? What you going to develop? You want to become like a hawk, don't know anything? So you look in the mirror, it's you, that's your creation. Yeah, we're being affected by devils, right? And they are controlling the quality of our energy. They can't control our energy, only the quality of it. They can't just determine how much energy we get. They only determine the quality of it. That's why I'll talk about that again maybe later on tomorrow. Okay? And that's why this is my job, if you're willing, to show you how to gain control of your energy. Once you can gain control of your energy, right? Then you can invest it how you want to invest it in yourself. Be more intelligent, wiser, stronger, a better husband, a better part of our nation, or whatever. But that's what you have to do that. See? We're not going to do it for you. Now, we could force you. We're not going to do that, though. See, that's what Elijah did. He forced discipline. He forced the people how to use it. Right? Stop letting the devil use it. Let me show you how to, let me control your energy, quality energy. That's what he did. But see, when you do that, you have to keep fueling. You have to keep doing it, fueling it. Unless people somehow, like, used to, those cars old cars, they wouldn't start, you could push them after while they start. Unless that happened, that didn't happen. And so when he said start, when he pulled out, there was no one control the fueling. They went back doing what they was doing before. Pharaoh couldn't even said that. So I'm not going to do that. We're going to force you to manage your energy properly, because then you wouldn't be a god anyway. A god means you have to. We show you how to do it, then you have to do it yourself. Because that's why Suleiman's not going to tribulation with you, because the tribe of Shabbat had to do it themselves. Otherwise, you don't want him to force you to do it. Then what's good is that? I don't want to control you. I want my own paradise. My paradise doesn't include telling you what to do. I don't say that's paradise. So if you want that, you're going to get a tyrant. He'll tell you what to do. But you won't get me. I'll leave it there, brother and sister. Assalamu alaikum.
Your day-to-day covered with Base 44 super agents. Your life is chaotic. Set up a personal assistant in a click. Work, email, documents, your kid's calendar, everything synced and ready to move. Going over your emails, decluttering the noise in a single motion. Prioritizing what's left unread, telling you what needs your attention. Managing your calendars, keeping things clear. Double booking, forget about it. Conflicts, rescheduled while you sleep. Every task, every meeting, you show up prepared. So you can focus on the things that matter most. And the icing on the cake, it handles that too. Your super agent is waiting. Base 44 super agents.
Welcome to the new generation of web creation, where words can launch a business, while you control every detail. The generation always adapting, without missing a beat. It's your generation, where vision and technology work as one. This is the new way to create. Wix.
Joining us now for his analysis of how we ended up in the war with Iran is Norm Finkelstein. He is an activist, he is an academic, and he is an author of many books, including the forthcoming book, Gaza Gravediggers. Great to see you, Norman.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. So first, off the top, what is your sense of where we are in this war? We had these purported negotiations. They seem to have fallen apart, although neither side has completely closed the door to further talks. So what do you think is going on here?
I don't claim any special knowledge in this area. I can only speak as a generally knowledgeable layperson. I think that President Trump has three burdens at this point. The war began with the overwhelming majority of American people believing it was an unnecessary war. That then, a second factor came into play. It proved to be an economically onerous war, an expensive war for the American people. And then number three, which became clear last week, it was an unwinnable war, even threatening the annihilation of Iranian civilization didn't get the Iranians to budge on their basic issues. So with those three factors, unnecessary, unwinnable, and progressively, incrementally more expensive, it doesn't seem that Trump, in my opinion, and I've heard other opinions from people whom I respect, but I don't believe he can start up the war again at the magnitude that it was before. That there may be local, so to speak, and probably it's the wrong word, but local skirmishes, yes, and that they may go on for a protracted period of time, yes, but even there with the caveat that unless the Straits of Hormuz are opened, the economic burdens will just progressively increase. So I don't believe, contrary, as I said, to listening to other commentators, I don't think war is an option for President Trump at this point. As to where it will go, I can't say, but war is not an option. I would also want to add to that the what you might call idiosyncratic or eccentric aspect, which is President Trump has no mental discipline. He doesn't have physical stamina to focus on one issue, mental or physical stamina, to focus on any one global issue at a time. He moves on. He moves from one crisis to another. He's basically what you might describe as a human wrecking ball. He's an agent of chaos, and he thrives on the chaos. But you can't, I think he's learned that you can't win this time by just heaving the wrecking ball and then moving on. That's not going to happen. He already had one takedown with Greenland. He had another takedown, which I think important lessons can be learned from, but unfortunately it's left us behind. He had another takedown in Minnesota. And this is a takedown, obviously. It falls in the same trajectory, but it's a takedown of a much higher magnitude.
So let me ask you then, let's take your analysis and say, okay, Trump is not going to go back to full war because he's realized this is just complete and utter disaster for him. There's no winning it. Where does that then leave Israel? What does their calculation look like from that?
There are two schools of thought on that. One school of thought is that Israel will play the spoiler, that it will do everything it can to provoke. There could be false flag operations by Israel. You can't put it past them. So it will do everything in its power to force Trump to react on a catastrophic level. So there's the possibility of a overt or covert, more likely covert, provocation or sequence of provocations by Israel. The second school of thought is when Trump decides to say no, it's no. We already know that's possible because you may remember way back when, for various reasons, some say it's because he wanted to win the Nobel Peace Prize. Others said that, in my opinion, he wanted to negotiate a deal with Saudi Arabia. But we know he said Gaza, at least in its overt, most barbaric manifestation, it had to stop. Now, it obviously didn't stop. And you could say now it's a slow motion genocide, but it was something changed. Mm-hmm. And it was against Netanyahu's will. Trump just picked up the phone and said, it's over. And as I say, in its most barbaric manifestation, it was over. So the other school is that Trump will simply pick up the phone and tell Mr. Netanyahu time to end it. And there were already indications of that. I don't claim to be a prophet, a soothsayer, but I said a few days ago that I think Trump is going to give Netanyahu maybe 48 hours to carry out his to execute his give vent to his bloodlust, and then tell him show's over. Mm. And I guess the day after I said that, there were reports of Trump saying you have to dial back what you're doing in Lebanon. So I think those are the two possibilities, but I don't believe in the third possibility. The third possibility is Israel is out of control and the U.S. can't do anything. That I find completely, it's not just far-fetched, but it's so in conflict with what the facts on the ground, so to speak, show. Israel doesn't have that kind of independence. That's just completely, in my opinion, it's completely ridiculous. All Trump has to say is do as you want, but count me out. Mm-hmm. And the show is over. Could you imagine if just Trump said, well, you do what you want, but at the Security Council, we're not going to veto a resolution if it comes up to call on you to stop in Lebanon. We're not going to veto it.
Yeah. Or even we're not going to use our ships to help intercept the Iranian missiles that will target you because they're reportedly down to, double digits in terms of their own interceptors and very dependent on us for protection at this point. Let me get your reaction to some of the analysis of Tucker Carlson, who has been, very critical of Trump and very much in the camp of, Israel will undermine and that Trump will go along because in his words, in this clip, he says Trump is a quote, slave to Israel and might be getting blackmailed by Netanyahu. Let's go ahead and take a listen to a little bit of that.
Is very easy to understand, and you would have to be either not very bright or under immense pressure from another country in order to start a war like this. And the latter is true. We did this because of pressure from Israel. Now, how exactly did they exert that pressure? That's not entirely clear, but we're going to have to find out. I think we have an obligation to find out, and because we can't be a sovereign country under these circumstances, and we're not a sovereign country at this point.
And obviously Donald Trump would push right back on that. And you have been, until now really, a huge supporter of his. You wanted him elected, obviously, for a second term. Have you completely fallen out with him over this war then?
I haven't fallen out with him. I mean, I've known him for decades. I've always liked him. And I think anyone who spent time with him likes him. I feel sorry for him, as I do for all slaves. He is not free in this moment at all to do what he thinks is best for himself or his country.
What do you mean?
No, he's not free. And we learned that yesterday when Donald Trump announced a ceasefire, clearly with relief, and made its terms or most of its terms public. And then that ceasefire ended within 2 hours because Israel intentionally violated the terms by attacking not just southern Lebanon, but the city of Beirut.
So are you saying he's a slave to Benjamin Netanyahu?
So I don't think it's as simple as he's under the control of Netanyahu. But, you could summarize it that way and you wouldn't be totally inaccurate. And again, we know this because the single biggest mistake Trump or any American president in my lifetime has made was going to war with Iran in an effort to change its regime. It didn't work. It was obviously a mistake immediately. Trump understood it was a mistake immediately. And he tried to get out of it this week. And announced we were getting out of it, and the Israelis prevented us from getting out of it. So that's the clearest possible example.
Right.
They didn't allow it, therefore they're in charge.
You will know.
So let me get your reaction to that. And a couple key points. He says, effectively, Trump is a slave to Israel, that we are no longer a sovereign nation, and suggests Trump may be blackmailed by Israel as well.
What's the evidence?
I'm a human, and that means sometimes I zone out in meetings. My brain is completely fried. I know there were lots of action items, but I can't remember any of them. Send something to Jamie? Update some slide deck? Luckily, I have Otter. Otter transcribes all my meetings automatically, and after each one, I get a summary with all my action items. Not just a list, but assigned to the right person with context. So instead of sitting here panicking, I just open Otter and see create Q3 report by Thursday, process vendor invoice 1847, update slide 6 in client deck, send to Jamie. Everything's organized and ready to go. If you're in back-to-back meetings, you've got to try this. It's free.
I feel like we're back to the famous line by Donald Rumsfeld during the Iraq War, or the build-up to the Iraq War. There are known knowns, there are known unknowns, and there are unknown unknowns. Mm-hmm. And I feel we're here back to the same kind of argument. Mr. Carlson makes a rather large claim that the president of the most powerful country economically and militarily, the president of the United States, is a slave of a country the size of New Jersey, with a population, 10 million, whatever it is now, whether or not you include the Palestinians in the occupied territories, Well, that's a very large claim on its face. So now, what's the evidence? There are two pieces of evidence, as I see it, that I was going to say professor, that Tucker Carlson presents, that he adduces. One piece of evidence is that Israel might be blackmailing him. Yes, it's true. They might be blackmailing him, and they might not be blackmailing him, because we have no idea. There's no evidence. Now, so we can discard that, not that it's necessarily false, but there's no basis for it. So then that leaves us with a second argument, that the war was, that President Trump is not an idiot. There, I think you would need evidence to support that claim, but let's leave that aside. That President Trump is not an idiot. So he had to have seen that this war was going to be a disaster. Because he's not an idiot, and he had to have seen the war was going to be a disaster, then he must have been acting at Israel's behest, Israel's whim. So let's examine those three propositions. Number one, he's not an idiot. Well, I won't say he's a complete idiot, but certainly in a large number of areas where he renders opinions, he is an imbecile. Maybe if it came to whether or not he should purchase a new building in my neighborhood, his advice would be quite useful. But by the way, his father started in my neighborhood, Fred Trump. The Trump buildings are still up in my neighborhood, Coney Island. He was a notorious racist. Woody Guthrie, the folk singer, actually wrote a song about Fred Trump. But we'll leave that aside. So if you want real estate advice, I suppose his would be as good as anybody else's on the matter. But there are a broad number of areas where we can say he's completely and happily, ignorant. Ignorance is bliss, and he's blissfully ignorant. Proposition number two. Let's assume he was very bright. For argument's sake, let's assume he was very bright. Hey, you want to know what? Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney were very bright, very smart, top of the line, rich in government experience. When they entered the Bush administration, they had already been involved in government for since the Nixon administration. So they had been involved already for about 30 years in government. They knew government upside down. And beyond that, and already that's a very robust fact, beyond that, they had staffed their whole national security establishment with very smart guys. Douglas Feith, Paul Wolfowitz, Scooter Libby, Richard Pearl, top of the line. I'm not saying I like them, but credit given where credit due. I've said that many times. We shouldn't underestimate our enemies. They're very smart. Now, here's the thing. Why am I mentioning it? If you go back and read the record, they all thought Iraq would be a cakewalk. That's the expression they used. They all thought, as you remember, within weeks or months, President Bush was standing in an aircraft carrier with the words emblazoned on back, mission accomplished. So guess what? Very smart people, of whom I would not include Trump, but even if I did, very smart people can get it wrong. They got it wrong. Lyndon Johnson, I'm old enough to remember the war in Vietnam. Every few months, he would say, I see light at the end of the tunnel. That was the famous line. I see light at the end of the tunnel. Now, Johnson was in politics, a very shrewd guy. His administration, you know what they called his administration? They were called the best and the brightest. And they really were. They were what you were called back then the whiz kids. People like Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara. They were the type who got 1,600 on their SATs and who went to the top schools and had extremely high levels of competence and conscientiousness. They got it wrong about Vietnam. So even if you are very smart, which Trump is not, but even if you are, you can get it wrong. And we have, for those who care to remember, and it's not that long ago, though I have to acknowledge time has passed. It is 23 years ago. I remember the day the war was declared. I was at a demonstration. It was in March and it was very cold. I was in Chicago then. They got it wrong. Now, Tucker Carlson says there's only one explanation, Israel. I think there's a very simple, I don't want to say simple, but I think there's a very plausible alternative explanation. Everybody knows that Trump has an oversized ego. Everybody knows Trump enjoys the pageantry of the office. Everybody knows that Trump doesn't very much care about the issues in and of themselves. He likes to flex his muscle. He likes to stride the globe like a giant. And at that point, after the successes he scored in Gaza, so much of a success that he thought he would be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for it. I should say apparent success, because the genocide, as I said, is a slow motion genocide, but it continues. And then what you might call, using biblical language, the immaculate coup in Venezuela. And then into that situation, there was a informational void around the president because he knew all of his appointees were sub-mediocre yes men. In fact, that's why he appointed them, because they were sub-mediocre yes men. He wanted people who could never make him look, pale beside them. I actually think he was not happy with those pictures of J.D. Vance walking erect up the staircase because he's trying to outshine me. I mean, that's how Trump thinks. He's a child. He's a child. So there was an informational void because he was surrounded not with, as Lyndon Johnson, the best and the brightest, not as with George Bush Jr., Cheney, Rumsfeld, and the lustrous neoconservatives, very smart guys. He was surrounded with Jared Kushner, Steve Woodcock, Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth, he has more oil running through the strands of his hair than oil passing through the Straits of Hormuz on any 1 week. These are preposterous figures.
True. And to your point, intentionally so.
Intentionally so, and so arrogant. Jared Kushner stands there erect in his Ralph Lauren suit as if he's Talleyrand, as if he's Metternich. I mean, this guy gives affirmative action a bad name. No, really. He gives affirmative action a bad name. If it doesn't have a bad name enough, he gives it the worst name. Every step in his life has just been bought by his father. I mean, his father was such a crook. No, this is extraordinary fact. His father was Jewish, obviously, and a billionaire, much richer than Trump, by the way. They were both real estate developers, much richer than Trump. And Chris Christie got him convicted and thrown into jail. Now, you have to be a crook's crook to be Jewish, a Jewish billionaire in New Jersey, and get thrown into jail. How did Jared get into Harvard? I suppose you know, but for the sake of your listeners, he got into Harvard because his father gave Harvard $2.5 million that year. There was no issue about that. When they went back and they asked his teachers, the guidance counselors, they all said the same thing. He didn't have the grades, he didn't have the test scores to get into Harvard. It was all bought. He's just white, in the most crude sense, white male privilege, but white billionaire.
White male, wealthy privilege. Yeah. Yes. Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this to play devil's advocate here.
Complete the thought.
Go ahead.
So there was an informational void, and that's where Netanyahu stepped in to fill the void. He told Trump it's going to be a pushover. There were those demonstrations in Iran. It's falling apart. Iran, the mullahs are standing on the precipice, a little jolt, and they'll fall over. We have all our agents in Iran. They're everywhere, and they're ready to organize regime change. And if it happens, you will go down in history as the greatest statesman to have ever occupied the White House. You know, he soups him up.
Yep.
That's a factor that Tucker Carlson leaves out. This president is obviously very susceptible to being souped up and is ready to be fooled because it feeds his ego, the prospects that have opened up, especially possibilities, say, but war is not an option. I would also want to add to that what you might call idiosyncratic or eccentric aspect, which is President Trump has no necessary, unwinnable, and progressively, incrementally more expensive. It doesn't seem that Trump, in my opinion, and I've heard other opinions from people whom I respect, but I don't believe he can start up the war again at the magnitude that it was before. That there may be local, so to speak, and probably it's the wrong word, but local skirmishes, yes.